I'm gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
We barely five as one, crashing pieces you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
A to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie. We gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion's yet to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever lost, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go, power within, we're standing tall, fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prom time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat.
I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the flames, I'm under aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see.
We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion's yet to be found.
It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever lost, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go,
the sound of the rain. No matter how I feel the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight.
strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts in line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears.
Dongwon, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there. We'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us.
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting.
Very interesting.
You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the misty marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin, the seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend. It's interwoven. Caught you! Do not run! I like that. Hey!
Hey!
Stop!
You!
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way
kings, it's an honor showtime.
We burn it up as one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've drinking my soda.
For my pace.
We the champions, spin it, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, wherever lost. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go, power within, we're standing tall, fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring it to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, to be found.
It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, wherever lost. It's my
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. them takes them high. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때 Dove il cammino dell'onore. Conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
Welcome back to the final day of the Kings Major West. This is where we're going to be seeing the lower bracket finals and the grand finals of the Kings Major West. We're going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash and I'm here with Phil. Phil, how are you doing? This is going to be a fun day.
I'm doing great. This is the ultimate day on the Major West League, right? We saw all those teams there in the team intro, and now we're left with three. We have Twisted Minds, OG Esports, and now 9Z Globant. And after the end of today, there will only be one victor.
Yeah, we have seen Level Max Club yesterday got eliminated out of the tournament because of that playoffs performance, but Twisted Minds back in shape, and seeing them like this, especially yesterday, was really exciting. And now today, they're going to be fighting against 9Z Global, who was sent to the lower brackets by OG.
Absolutely. Twisted Minds definitely got a little bit of that main character energy, right? Nightly came back. They got as close to their original roster there as possible, and they definitely dished it out too, right? 3-0ing LM there to go ahead and get themselves into today here, and they're gonna need that main character energy to, you know, keep going here if they want to be champions here and win that 10,000 USD. So today only, we have the champion, second place, and third place. Everything is gonna be decided, and that gap there between third place and first place is 3,000 US dollars. Nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, and for now, we have seen the brackets. We have talked about it a while ago. Twisted Minds won against LM yesterday. OG won against 9Z Globant. And now, 9Z versus Twisted Minds. I remember, during the survival week, during ranking week, 9Z was far above Twisted Minds.
Absolutely, 9Z beat him. I think every chance they got in, every time they got the opportunity to, right? But this roster, no one has beaten yet, right? They just came over here yesterday. They got Nightly back in his original role, put Clean back into the jungle, and they're gonna need to win every match from here on out if they want to get to that championship there and beat OG. And this is exactly what they did in the last KMW. So a bit of a throwback, kind of, you know, iconic Twisted Minds maneuver here, where they kind of sacrificed a little bit the week 1, week 2. You know, I don't want to say sacrifice, but they have middling performances, but they always have that clutch factor and clutch it up. Can they clutch it up this week?
Yeah, that's a question. Will they be able to win the most important match of all? And that was back then, last spring. That was the same thing that happened from them, and that could be an angle here for Twisted Minds. But right now, remember, one thing that I'm sad about is I'm not going to be seeing something, but I'm going to talk about later. But let's talk about the first team first. Let's talk about 9Z.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah, 'cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah, whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Here's a look at 9Z Globant here. Now, this is the team that I say a lot of people definitely underrated, right? They have a lot of star players on their team here. Stick being known as one of the few assassin-style junglers here in the KMW. Sure, everyone can kind of play it, but Sick actually opts to pull it out. They have Win RJ in the Clash lane here, as well as Capo Saber on Roam. Everyone on this team is a superstar. They need to go ahead and bring their A game today, though, right? They're against Twisted Minds, but they're not going to be against the Twisted Minds that we know from before. This is going to be Twisted Minds in their prime. Let's check them out.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah, 'cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah, whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Twisted Minds, the mastermind, 90 is back in the Clash lane. We have Clean on the jungle. We have Shanks, ACC, and Highlang right there in the mid. And this is interesting because in the last moments, in where he needed them, 90 came back, and right now Twisted Minds is looking like a very different team from what we've seen during the past 2 weeks.
Absolutely. We're hyping up this team a lot, and so far they've lived up to it. They've only had one match there, and they 3-0'd it with very, very decisive victory over LM. Sure, that is going to be a team from the lower bracket there, from the lower groups there, from Group A. Now, let's see how they fare against a top team here from Group S.
Yep, now fighting against 9Z. 9Z from the last season was the 4th place finisher, but this time, at least, they had a great start right now on the season. They're now at 3rd place. That's a very great improvement from the last season, but Twisted Minds are looking at the prize, looking at the end. Now let's take a look at the head-to-head. We have Shanks and Leffy.
Absolutely. It's interesting that Shanks on average does a good amount more damage, but actually has less total kills than Leffy here, right? The average gold per minute is pretty head-to-head here. Teamfight position pretty head-to-head. This is as close as a head-to-head as you're gonna get here from both these marksmen.
Yeah, what I like the difference between them is that Shanks is playing more of a laid-back playstyle compared to Leffy that has been more active with the kills, even with the presence of Sick on the team, who has been hungry for the kills. So that's a very interesting total kills for this guy. But this time, I just want to see if the game from yesterday brought down their momentum on the side of 9Z and Twisted Minds on an upwards momentum because they started from a win here in the playoffs.
Absolutely. I think it really matters that it's the next day, right? If they were just fresh off getting 3-0 by OG, their spirits are probably going to be a little bit crushed, right? And go into the next game not in peak form. But this is the next day. Everyone's got a good night's rest here, and they are kind of refreshed. I would say this is probably going to be as close of a battle as it's going to get here, right? We have a lot of hype for Twisted Minds here. They do have the new roster, but we always got to mention, though, 9Z have been beating them, and they've beaten them the last few times. Sure, they have some new players, but 9Z has got 4 out of the 5 figured out.
Yeah, it has been competitive overall for 9Z. Twisted Minds, this is a big difference for them that they have 9Z. We have seen them perform against Level Max Club, but now back to the draft. 9Z Globant versus Twisted Minds, and we are looking at the U1 ban as the first ban here for 9Z.
Absolutely here. We're seeing these drafts really evolve throughout the weeks, right? It looks like people are kind of... 9Z, from what I see of the U1 ban, already says that, hey, we want this to go the distance, right? They're going to do some of these more targeted bans here in the first pick here. So they leave themselves more options here potentially once they get deeper into the draft, because they're gonna have to pick one strong hero, and then they know Twisted Minds is gonna take the other 2 ones. They're trying to save themselves a good second and third here by removing some of these more middling picks.
Interesting that they left Diwenjie out of the picture here for the side of Twisted Minds, because this is one of their highest pick hero on their side, and they left him out and has been banned right here. So 9Z has the option of going Dharma, but the Lung has been prioritized here by 9Z.
Absolutely. The Longs are too consistent of pick. Probably, if I'm correct, in week 2, it was the most picked hero, actually, because it is so consistent, right? And speaking of consistent, that Dharma and Liang Po are also very consistent here. Solid front line / initiators for the side of Twisted Minds. No, a bit of a switch up, actually. Ooh. They opt to potentially get the pay first.
Yeah,
here.
Surprisingly, they picked up the pay here. I love it that they got the pay right out of the first pick. Remember, yesterday, 90's first game back was with a Dharma, and he was the MVP during that game. So this is going to be crazy. He's going to be doing like a send back of what happened from yesterday. And 9Z picked up the Zhang Fei. That's also a priority pick of Twisted Minds. So this is good. At least they're denying a lot of picks from Twisted Minds.
Feel my presence.
Absolutely here. But once the Zhang Fei is locked in, they're not going to be able to go that all-important Liang, right? We see a lot of Peis and assassin junglers in general. They avoid kind of picking the Pei or the Luna and such if a Liang is on the field. But Twisted Minds just opts to go ahead and lock in the Pei. It seems like they understand that 9Z Globant don't really favor that playstyle as much anyway, as they lock in the Zhang Fei. Very solid drafts from both sides here. Consort you being hover here. Okay. That is a decent pick here, because everyone on the side of 9ZG so far is physical damage, and there's a good chance they might pick some more.
Yeah, and what I like about this, though, for the Consort you pick is that this is usually a counter pick against a Lung, especially if you don't really have anything else like an Arlie on your side. So the Consort you is a very good pick, denying the Flaming Bomb damage out of the get-go. So this is good. At least here, what I like is that they're banning up the Luna. They know that there's a possibility that they can still pick it for the side of 9Z Globant. But remember, Liang is still open. Twisted Minds could still pick it.
Absolutely, and that's a solid pick, right? The Long, it is able to go ahead and escape with the infinite vastness, but that is if you can survive the suppression of something like the Liang. We're not sure if Twisted Minds are going ahead and lock that in yet, but the Consort U pick, I really love seeing from the side of Twisted Minds. This shows that they're drafting prowess. They're not just thinking about the game 1 here. They're thinking about game 3, potentially 4 and 5, right? Consort U is such an efficient pick, and it's not often you're able to pick it when the enemy team is basically showing 4 physical damage dealers here. They only have 3 so far, but with Luna banned, they're probably going to be pigeonholed into a physical damage jungler as well.
Motsu has been picked for Twisted Minds. This is a sign that they could pick Gan and Mo for that last pick. They're waiting if 9Z Globant would go for it, because the Motsu has been really good, especially when paired up with a God and Mo. Very good combo from long range they can fight, and considering that 9Z Globant has a lot of low range heroes right here with a Fati and the Zhang Fei, that could have been good. But they went in with the I Ching just to be safe and just to cage out a lot of the members here of 9Z.
Absolutely. The Yixing here is one of highlighting signatures, right? And they're pairing it up with Knightly's Dharma. We saw this game one yesterday as well, too. They opt to go ahead and take away the Ganima we were mentioning here from the side of 9Z with the Ogren as well. But Twisted Minds basically kind of drafting very similar to the game one of yesterday. And why would they change, right? Because they went 3-0 yesterday. That formula seems to work. They're sticking to the script.
I like the idea here of Twisted Minds composition, right? They have a lot of tools to counter 9Z Globant. They have the board. They have the think inside the box if ever the Ogren and the Fati wants to go in. So they have a lot of these options that could force away the melee heroes out of 9Z Globant, so that's good. But on the other hand, because you only have the protecting winds on Concert U and you don't really have a lot of range, Ganenmo could be a problem here for them.
That's basically going to be the only person that can take down Concert U, so that's why the Motsu pick is very clutch here too. Ganemo loves when a Motsu's on his team, but he also hates when it's on the enemy team, right? Ganemo, relatively stationary target, does not like getting peppered by those cannon blasts, right? And while we know Motsu and Ganemo are a pretty solid combo, Concert U Motsu is not bad as well too, right? They have a lot of poke in that cannon blast and skill 1 from Concert U, and it is deceptively strong in the early to mid game.
Yep. They can use it. They can make use of it. Independent lanes for sure on the farm lane because both of them could really survive the laning pace pretty easily. But on the other hand here, 9Z Globant, or rather Twisted Minds, could need to be a bit more aggressive because they have the pay on their side. So we will be expecting that they're going to be the ones invading, going to the other side jungle here.
So it's going to be up to them to go ahead and set the pace of the game with Pei. In the last KMW, Pei felt a lot more broken, mainly because it was only kind of OG playing it. But now a lot more teams have been playing it, and teams are kind of understanding how to play against it. It is still that early game terror, that menace, but it's not as like guaranteed anymore, right? Teams have been finding ways to go ahead and outmaneuver it, how to trade against it, and how to go ahead and go even against it generally. So I would say now to get those really early game stompy games here with Pei is rather difficult, and it's going to come down to a lot of execution on side of Twisted Minds.
It all comes down to how they play the early game and how they are going to be starting off here. And that's why we were hyping up the invades that they can do here in order for them to start up. But right now, I think the players are still waiting. 9Z Globant has a lot of chances here. They can redeem themselves from the defeat yesterday. Let's take a look, a last look at the composition that they drafted for themselves for 9Z Globant and Twisted Minds. But with what they drafted so far, Bill, what do you think about this? What's the difference between the drafts?
Absolutely. It seems like Twisted Minds here, they're not going to fix what's not broken, right? They know the Yijing Dharma is such a reliable composition. All they really picked up new here was clean on that Pei. The marksman was interchangeable for sure. But you know what is not interchangeable, Dash? The phones these players are playing with here. Look at this. They have the best of the best, the Realme 15 Pro official gaming phone. It is built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up, get yours now, and feel the difference.
Yeah, if you want to be as good as this players, get the phone, and you're gonna get as good as this players, everyone. But again, this is the lower bracket finals. 9Z Globant versus Twisted Minds. OG awaits in the grand finals, and whoever wins this will advance to the grand finals.
Absolutely. I'm not sure if we're allowed to make those claims here, Dash, all right? But it will certainly help you guys out to not be limited by your hardware, right? So far here, everyone playing today is going to be on a Realme 15, so no one is going to have any of those hardware limitations. If you guys want some Dragon Crystals, make sure to put the CD key when you open up your hardware in Honor of Kings to get yourself some free Dragon Crystals.
There you go. Look it up, everybody. And now we're going to be starting. We have seen the clears here out of Twisted Minds. Very early clears on Clean, right? Because this is what's going to happen in the early game. Clean is just going to be clearing up the waves a lot more faster with the jungle camps, so he could really have more freedom on rotating around the mid, around the top side, and now we can see him just being a bit more conservative, not going for invades, and just waiting for any wrong, or at least the wrong movements. Now, I think Moon has the wrong movement here. Good Garter Grave to just push Clean away.
Look at that instant Garter Grave and still get dropped to half health. If it was a second later, he could have been dispatched there, and that just shows the early game prowess of Clean there on that Pei as well too. We see ACC on the Motsu applying some pressure here in lane with those cannon blasts. I would like to see the Motsu actually roam around with the Pei, because there's not much they can really get done from that 2v2 in lane, right? They're just gonna try and farm.
I agree. I think he really needs to roam a lot more, help out Pei and Clean to find something around the map. Now, next jungle camps are going to be coming, and after this next clear, that is where we're going to see what Twisted Minds are going to do. If Clean is going to be cleaning this up fast, he could go to the bottom side first, go to the red side jungle, up 9Z Globant, then get a good invade there.
Absolutely. We've seen these teams pre-4-minute mark before the first objective. It feels kind of solved, right? Like they know that if you go here, I'm going to go here. If you take that, I'm going to take this. So it's relatively passive 0-0 on both sides here. Everyone kind of understands what's going on. Once the variable that is that first tyrant comes out and you're forced to go ahead and fight your opponents here, that is when chaos kind of erupts here. And everyone is kind of preparing for that. This is like the calm before the storm.
Yeah, they've seen Clean a while ago. You can see the vision score here of Kapuseba, especially on the bot side of the map. Seen a lot of people just out of that brush right there on the bottom side of the map. And that's why he saw a lot. Knew that Clean wasn't in the top side. So that's why they are clearing up the bot side right now. Leffy going to be focused right here, half HP. Good thing he didn't pop the infinite fastness this early.
Absolutely, they were trying to bait him in there, right? They saw Sick gliding in from the side there, but they're smart to not burn any of their ultimates there, as the range on the side of Twisted Minds here just allows them so much safety. They're able to just poke with the Cannon Blast and Skill 1, as you can see there, and be super non-committal. And 30 seconds here, teams are going to fight for that positioning. They want to be ready for that Tyrant.
Last wave before the objectives. They do have the ults on Kapuseba, so they're kind of scared about this positioning for the side of Twisted Minds. One unbridled outburst could change the tides of the fight. But 10 seconds in the clock and we're seeing them still clear the mid lane. And nobody's positioning on that Tyrant this early because they're kind of afraid. Right now, Sick is still on the top side of the map and Nighty going for the TP on the bot side. So it's looking like Twisted Minds has the better position here on the Tyrant.
They definitely do, but both sides have their junglers actually opting to clear the buff first. They don't want to get it stolen, right? Ogren could easily just go ahead and trade the Tyrant for that buff there, and they want to make sure that doesn't happen. And same with the other way around. Yeah, junglers potentially was going to be the last ones to right there. Ogren, as in here, look at the map here. Sick going to try and steal that red, but Pei was already there and secured it and able to move throughout the map and still respond to that Tyrant.
Yeah, you know what? That is smart clear. At least 9Z Globant knows what to do in case the Tyrant gets taken by the side of Twisted Minds. He was already trying to go for that red buff, but what he didn't know was that they cleared it already. Very smart play from Twisted Minds even before going to the Tyrant.
Absolutely there. Yeah, I think it was in their mind there that they were going to go ahead and concede that first Tyrant. It's very hard to fight the composition of Twisted Minds for it there, so they wanted to opt in and trade, but Twisted Minds greeded a little bit extra there by securing the buff first with the Pei, which compromised their position a little
use
bit.
the ult though. What a perfect ult right there. They went out. That could have been a good kill for their side though. The flash into the thing inside the box, but Noon is the first to fall down, and that's Twisted Minds getting the first blood.
So, and here we go. This is the chaos we're talking about, right? You're only able to follow the script or the formula for so long before you got to adapt. And it's not often you get dove under tower there. So 9Z Globant takes their first casualty.
Yeah, good kill. Good cutoff, actually. Moon was trying to go to the bot lane, and he didn't know that Clean was there on the brush waiting for him.
For sure. And we see Ogren here itemized into Blood Rage super early here. So he's going to have a lot of activations of that all throughout the game. First item, Blood Rage. I would say the Ogren has been doing a good job of farming, right?
Yeah. Right now, to 90. Might be able to get a Truth Mantra. Gets it. No infinite fastness out of Leffy. That's a good kill, though. Highland could be the target here. Passive has been popped. Very small board. But at least he got it. Got the tower top mid lane. Got the tower bot side a while ago.
Lefty was definitely not prepared for that. Right outside of his own tower, he gets Truth Mantra and assassinated down. Definitely good call-outs with the cooldown of his ultimate, because I'm pretty sure Knightley would not have went for that play if he knew Long had that ultimate there. He had a small window to get that assassination off, and he took it.
Yeah, he knew that nobody was there, nobody was checking the brush. He just went for it. Now, Twisted Minds are looking for a chance to go to the top side of the map. Look at 9Z Globant. Right now, they have been reactive about their defense. And now with the top side open, half HP on this guy, I think WinRJ doesn't have the ult. So this is going to be dangerous. Once it goes in, another Truth Mantra could be good, but the cooldown was right on time.
Absolutely. Fadi is actually a great matchup against the Dharma here, right? Dharma has that one crucial crowd control in that ultimate, and he is able to go ahead and cleanse it down with his ultimate there, and that's exactly what we just saw there. So it looked like he wasn't even controlled at all there.
Yeah, good use of the Sacred Tree Blessing, but also might be bad here once they go in. Use it, the Truth Match onto the back, and that kills them. No answers from the side right here, and Bridal Outburst right there onto the back line. They're gonna go for it. Capo Seba gonna be left alone. Sick is gonna be dead. They're gonna go for the chase down, look for Leffy. Had to use the Infinite Bastards to go away and try to defend this tower. They have one more cannon minion, and they are really looking for it. 90 has been super clean with this ult, and now they're looking for the finish. Minions are coming in, and Twisted Minds are looking to finish this very early. They have it on the back. Good smite on the minion. They have to go back. 90 might be dead here. Sacrifices himself. What a good, freshly forged for Moon.
What an insane early game. So it was 8 minutes, and Twisted Minds was pushing for the win already. This is definitely not the Twisted Minds we've seen in the past here, right? Very strong lead for them so far, 4,000 gold lead, and it just shows the presence that Nightly goes out and brings. We saw first game yesterday, he was able to land so many game-changing truth launchers, and this game is no different. They got themselves such an impressive lead because all of those plays that Nightly made.
Opening on mid. This might be competitive. Tyrant will be taken here, no answers, because Clean is at the top side of the map, so that is going to be an easy clear for 9Z.
Absolutely. They have a huge amount of smiting potential there. 2 smites on their team with a Ganon mode. They should not be losing those objectives. If they were, they would be in a lot of trouble for sure. Radiance comes out, spots the side of 9Z Globant in their own jungle there. The vision control from the Motsu is so impressive, right? He's able to cannon blast the bush. He has the Radiance to go ahead and check it as well too. So Twisted Minds knows they're never going to be walking into the ambush.
Yeah, Levy at the ult though. 90 at the back. Zoning a lot of people here. Didn't know that he might go for the flash. But 90 is in position. No flashes just yet. So he's being a bit more patient on when he starts this. Waiting for the flash. Flash is up right now. So 90 could go for it if ever they need to.
So besides Twisted Minds, they're content with just getting the high ground here. They don't want to go ahead and sacrifice Nightly like they have last time. And this is really bad for the side of 9Z Globant. They've already... Oh, they didn't take the high ground yet. I thought they did, right? But they took the middle high ground, and they're going to be leaking elite minions for the rest of the game here. And starting at 8 minutes, it is really rough.
A lot of damage on 90. That is important because of that, they won't be able to go for that push or that truth match onto the bot lane. They have 15 seconds on this Overlord, and I do think they're positioning themselves at the top side of the map, so the Overlord is going to be in their sights.
So they have complete control of the map so far. They could even potentially opt to take 2 at the same time if they would like to. I'd say it's a little bit risky, as the members of 9Z have been slowly breaking out of base. They've been clearing those elite minions in the middle lane here. It takes a team effort to do so because they're so tanky, but they have been able to push back out.
Yeah. See, Twisted Minds in position on the Tyrant. They are pushing the top side of the map, so WinRJ is not going to be here on this fight. Taking their time here. Double smite, though, for Capo Seba and Sick. So, Clean is being a bit more reserved on taking this because they know that this could be stolen. But nice take on this Tyrant. They are going to be resetting it just a bit. But the zoning from ACC has been so effective at just pushing them away. And that Cannon Blast is just not going to let them take this.
And Twisted Minds trying to drag out the Tyrant outside of the range of the Zhang Fei there, and potentially the Ogren going over the wall. Yeah, they were just waiting for someone to go ahead and jump in there and contest them. 9Z Globant is smarter than that, though, as they don't opt in to doing that. But if we look at the levels here, Clean a second ago was 3 levels ahead of Sick here. And this, we were mentioning that teams have kind of understood how to play against the Pei now, and they've been able to neutralize the early game. Not against Clean's play, it seems, right? Because he's level 15 here, XP is absolutely maxed out, and he's even brute forcing down the Overlord there with the Primal Bond.
Yeah, doesn't even care if they have Primal Bond. 6k gold lead at this point in the game. Twisted Minds not going to be leaving anything open. No holes that they can dig into on the side of 9Z Globant. That's why they are not giving any openings here. 90, look at this. He's baiting out the members right here of 9Z Globant to actually take this. And Highlight is in position to get a good board, though. But yeah, they're just forcing them to move around the map.
Yeah, Twisted Minds knows that if they just go ahead and play this slow, they're going to win on the map here. They have complete control over both objectives. If you ever find yourselves at home in this position where it feels like the enemy team just stays in their base and clears minions and, you know, you can't really defeat them, a good way to do that is taking both objectives, right? And that's what Twisted Mind does here. They take the Tyrant and they take the Overlord, so they have a lot of pressure at all sides of the map currently.
Yeah, they have the Shadow Vanguard at the top side of the map, pushing on the bot lane. Nice clear on that freshly forged, and with the board Sig left alone here, would not be able to go away. Good thing they're already done with him. Top side with the Shadow Vanguard, they could go for another push.
Absolutely, this is looking like the third high ground is in the sights of Twisted Minds, and once they take all three, those minions are going to get even stronger to the point where it's going to be a full-time job to clear them here, right?
Yeah, Cannon Blast got hit, Sig taking a lot of damage, still has the Blood Rage. Shadow Vanguard got taken down pretty easily. Now they could go for the push here. 9Z Globant, Sig had to force the Blood Rage. A lot of damage coming to their side. Now that's going to be a push. Force Leffy out off the Infinite Fastness.
Here we go, triple high grounds here. This is usually the death sentence for a lot of teams here, as from now on, they're going to be stuck in their base, clearing out those minions, and Twisted Minds are going to have free reign all over the map. If they want a chance, passive beam pops here from Highlang, but he gets caught out.
Had to flash, had to use the Unbridled Outburst now with a 1v4. This could be good. Clean is going to be falling down. 9Z Globant looking for this fight since a while ago, and what a great kill out of Leffy from that, and now they are going to be chasing him down. ACC had to flash away, and they're fighting with a truth matchup coming from 90, and he changes the tides. That is what they wanted all along, and it's still a 2v3.
Nightly on the Dharma. Everyone knows what Dharma does, right? He punches you in the wall. Yet, the best of the best, like Nightliers, are still able to find those angles where they have crucial game-changing truth launchers. That looked like a good little bit of a comeback for the side of 9Z Globant there, up until that truth mantra hit.
Moon also fell. That's not good. Now with Moon down, that is a potential finish here for the side of the Shanks. Gonna go in, protecting wins available. All right, now Leffy's gonna fall down. Sig. Oh no, they got baited, and Twisted Minds could go for the finish. They do have Win RJ, they do have Kapuseva up, but they have 5 members up right here on the side of Twisted Minds. They're gonna go for it. They have the board. They hit everybody. Kapuseva doesn't have the ult. This is gonna be it. Twisted Minds gonna look for the finish. Moon is still alive. Got back, right down, freshly forged, pops the Sage's Sanctuary, but Twisted Minds is gonna take game number 1.
Wow, what a game here. 14 minutes in, not the quickest game, right? But I would say very decisive. Twisted Mind's not one of those teams that are going to be like OG and try to win out the game in the 10-minute mark. They're very smart, they're calculated. Even though they probably can make an attempt at the win, they prefer to play it safe, right? We saw them go ahead and get the middle high ground, back up, slowly rotate, and kind of choke out their opponents. And 9Z Globant, they didn't really have many options there, right? They had that one kind of return fight at the very end there where they did decently well, but no matter how well you win that fight, it was too little too late. They were down 3 high grounds already.
Yeah, at the 7-minute mark, they had an angle to finish the game, right? But it's a good thing that Twisted Minds didn't opt for it, because it's still a chance for the enemy team to come back from it, and they were just choking 9Z Globant out of their resources. Good thing they finished it. Good thing there was a play from 90, because that game could have been a disaster because of that kills that they got in the end there from 9Z Globant.
Absolutely. I really like the line of play that Twisted Minds end up taking there. When your opponents like 9Z Globant kind of ball up and turtle in your base, right? You need to take maximum advantage of that, and that's what they did. They took the Tyrant, they soloed the Overlord here, they got everything on the map, they got all their jungle there, and they said, okay, do you guys want to hide in your base? Fine, we'll get all these objectives, and we will mount a impossible push that you cannot turtle up and defend against, and that's exactly what they did.
That was a good performance right out of our teams right here. We've seen them, Twisted Minds. What a good showing here, dominating performance. It was so hard for the side of 9Z Globant to even fight back, especially Sig didn't actually had a great time in this game, but Clean had the better time this game. He had a 3-level advantage against Sig almost the whole time until Clean got to level 15.
Absolutely. Oh, until the game didn't allow him to level up anymore.
yeah, exactly.
He was so ahead there, and we were mentioning it was hard to execute on pay nowadays. You see how pay getting picked a lot. It's not 100% win rate. It's right at that 50-50 mark, right? but you can definitely tell a top tier pay from a more average one, right? Clean, completely controlled all throughout the game, applying pressure. We saw level 3 there. He almost one-shot Ganemo in the mid lane here, just all around the map on top of farming perfectly there, and that easily sailed themselves into that win there. Again, it was 14 minutes, but it's because they wanted it to be 14 minutes, right? They wanted to guarantee it. I think they could definitely end the game sooner if they, you know, press their lead, kind of like what OG is kind of known for, right? But this is definitely Twisted Mind style.
Yeah, usually whenever that happens, whenever they want to finish a game, on the side of OG, Kaka is gonna go in just so they could finish the game. That's why I'm expecting here, but that could be a mistake that could actually turn the game around, which is what Twisted Minds isn't known to do. So I do like this safer playstyle, but still considering the fact that they would be able to win the game. They took like 7 minutes more, but it's still okay. At least they won the game.
Absolutely, and look at these stat lines here. Beautiful stat lines for everyone on the side of Twisted Minds here. It looked like 9Z was holding in the very early game, but the second that first Tyrant went down and Sick opted to go ahead and try to re-invade Peg and remove his red buff, it all went downhill, right? He wasted so much time doing all that, and they lost the Tyrant, and from there, their momentum really got halted.
Oh man, Shanks, look at that damage from Shanks. 155k on a concert year. What?
And this is an amazing spot to pick the Concert U as well too, right? Not often you get to play against 4 physical damage dealers. We were mentioning in drafts, Ganemo is literally the only hero that could kind of deal damage to Concert U there. And Concert U is a pretty nimble and decent at dodging those Ganemo blades, right? She's going to be able to go ahead and use that ultimate there to jump around there, right? And look at that, 42% of team's damage for the first game here. This is not like rankings week anymore. This is the final day here. And my boy Shanks is dropping 42% of his team's damage.
Of course he gets MVP. Of course, because he has 155k damage in this game. But if I'm going to be having a second MVP in this game, it's going to be 90. 90 played so well this game. Look at this play that he did here. Crazy. I've seen this play yesterday, and he just did a repeat of it.
Absolutely. Dharma, not known for his early to mid game, but Nightly basically carried the early to mid game for Twisted Minds, right? He made all those plays. He was the first one to get a kill on the board on Lefty when he got that assassination off. And then in the mid game, he was churning so many fights.
Yeah, this was the fight that he turned again. The reason why they won this was because of him again, because everybody was chasing down. ACC had the tank inside the box, and boom,
oh my God.
He hit 3 people with a Truth Mantra. Man, this guy's crazy.
Absolutely here. Yeah, well, Shanks definitely did a lot of damage. We got to give our flowers here to Nightly as well, too, because he enabled a lot of this, right? He allowed for Shanks to get so strong, and look at that. That is the power of Concert U there. When you're against 2 physical damage dealers, you have a 2-second button that goes like, hey, you cannot hit me, you cannot hurt me. And when you're a full damage marksman, not many people can survive your DPS for 2 seconds.
Yeah, if Ganemo is not there, nobody could kill him, actually. That's why the whole time he was just okay with just moving forward, getting damage, getting in range. But again, everybody, before we head into game number 2, we're just going to be taking a short break.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is there, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside the champions, it's to be found. It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever lost, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go, power within, we're standing tall, fight for your name, ready to give it all. It's prime time, gather around for everyone to see, on my grind.
grind. In disguise, we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion's yet to be found.
It's my time to fight. Oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide. Oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? We're out of love. It's my ride or die. Oh, won't you yell out my name? Let's begin. Crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all. In this world, only ones in this
We are back at the lower bracket finals at the Kings Major West. Everybody, we have seen Twisted Minds get a 1-0 against them, and we are still going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil. Game 2, what do you think they should do here, Phil?
Besides 9Z Globant here, that first game there, it wasn't really, it was more of a feeler game, right? There's not what they're really known for. They're not on their comforts here. I always recommend whenever 9Z Globant is kind of like on the back foot, they bust out their comfort picks here, and those picks that they go ahead and feel. Look at the players right there. They're not too enthused, you know, after taking a loss here from Twisted Minds here. But on to Twisted Minds here, actually. Twisted Minds, they're living up to the hype, right? They have not lost yet. The second Knightley rejoined the roster here, and I can see why. Look at the plays Knightley was making last game there. He was carrying the early to mid game on Dharma. Usually that's a late game hero.
Yeah, and that's what I'm expecting right here, right? From Twisted Minds. I like that they had the setups, the Dharma, just pulling out that pick right here from the get-go has been really good for them. But on the side of 9Z Globant, I agree with you. I do think they should pick out the comfort picks, like the very peculiar picks that they have, like the Nakaruru, the Fade that Sick has always been bringing out, and try to win with those, because we know them best when they are playing the Assassins on Sick.
Absolutely, and while it didn't quite work against OG, you know, a team that's a little bit more composed like Twisted Minds, that might really break their ranks, right? OG's kind of all over the place. They're doing everything at once. Even if you have something like that Fade, they were able to go ahead and counter out a good amount. But Twisted Minds, if you're able to kind of disrupt their flow, which they love doing, maybe that could be what they need to get some wins.
Yeah, might be able to do it. I want to see how they will win this right now. For the side of 9Z Globant, I want to have different picks here for the guys, but Twisted Minds very smart, banning out the Dharma so that Wind RJ wouldn't be able to pick that out for the next game. I think a pay ban could also be warranted here for their side so that they can pick the Mai Shiranui here once they go for the first pick.
Absolutely. Yeah, you just want to go ahead and ban out the strong heroes that you use there, right? There's no opportunity for them to go ahead and use the Dharma or the pay anymore, so usually that's going to be the ban. But no, Twisted Mind says you guys can have the pay if you guys want it. We are much more worried about the Gouda.
Oh, there you go. Interesting. Interesting, because usually the last time that they've seen this for the side of 9Z Globant, I think it was OG's second game. The fight yesterday's second game, they pick up the Agudo here for a Sick. So this time, they banned it, so they're not going to be seeing that. And as I said, Mai Shiranui will be their first pick here.
Absolutely. Highlane loves playing Mai. Doesn't get to play it too often, right? He's usually stuck on utility mages. So every time Mai opens up, you know he's pressing help pick and trying to get that pick locked in here. And it looks like the side of 9Z is ready to respond. They have the Yuan, which is a great matchup into the Mai, as well as the Channel, which is just a good all-around marksman. And it has a little bit of extra oomph against something like the Mai that's melee, because they're able to sink that soaring shot into it and deal a lot of extra damage.
I do think they have the long angle here for Twisted Minds for this game. they could go for that, and the Tong Fei is also open for ACC, so that could be an angle that they could go for here. Or they can pick up the D-Ren Jet so that they still have the long come game 3.
Absolutely. I would say since they're up a game, maybe just get the long off the board, right? If it's such a powerful pick that you can go ahead and get a win on it, go ahead and lock it in. But ooh, a lot of magic damage so far from the side of Twisted Minds here as they potentially lock in the Luna and Guan Yu. Okay, that's not what we were really thinking, right? This is like kind of a melee dive composition now they're going.
Yeah, they have a lot of dives. They have good displacement on the Guan Yu. They have a good target, though. Chino is a good target for them, so they could go into the back line. Yes, Chino has the leader sense, making it harder for them to chase him down, but with the Yixing, that makes it better for Twisted Minds.
Actually, Moon's picks and Highlands picks are relatively similar in the mid lane. They both like playing the same hero, so it makes sense that they swap mid laners here going into game 2. But now that the long has not been picked from the side of Twisted Minds here, it is for sure probably going to get banned here, right? They have no marksman locked in yet, and some good options have been removed already. I would say 9Z Globant is going to go ahead and remove the Zhang Fei and probably the long here.
I love that they are playing like this, right? The way that they're doing this from the get-go here for the side of Twisted Minds is that they're banning a lot of the comfort picks of Stick. Musashi is also a good comfort pick of this guy, and they're banning it again for the second phase. Oh, nice ban, as you said, long.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Musashi has been really creeping up in usage here. Teams understand how reliable it is. It's kind of like the Liang of the jungle, right? It's able to just lock down these kind of mobile characters like the Mai, like the Luna, like the Guan Yu. So I think it was a great idea for them to go ahead and ban that out. I would say, looking at this draft, if 9Z wanted to go ahead and get something like the Musashi, they needed to go ahead and pick a third pick, right? Because you already see all 3 of the mobile melees on South Twisted Minds. The Yixing can always be picked later on if they're not afraid it's going to get banned.
Yep. Ooh, they pick up the Futsu, so they have the option of locking down the Luna or the Mai Shernui with this pick. And I also love the Futsu against the Guan Yu, so they have ways to just lock them down and make them unable to do what they want to do around the map, and that's a good way to neutralize the picks of Twisted Minds.
So that Futsu ultimate ensuring that for 4 seconds they are stuck in that circle with the old man there, and all these mobile characters like the Guan Yu, Luna, and Mai are gonna really struggle against that. But it's the thing about, can Futsu make it to the late game? And wow, look at that, the last pick of the pay. That should really help the side of 9ZG go ahead and transfer their strength through the early game and potentially get into the late game where that Futsu really shines.
Looking at Twisted Minds, they have a lot of dives, right? 4 people are going to be diving here for Twisted Minds, and they have artillery on the backline on the form of the Flowborn Marksman. And on the side of 9Z Globant, you know that they have ways to counter that. They have the Yixing, they have the board, they have the Unending Sorrow just to stop them from getting a kill, and the Futsu with the Sage's Might so that they can lock down Twisted Minds. So I like this idea, but on the other hand, 9Z Globant has an easier MO here. They can do this easier compared to what Twisted Minds are going to do.
Absolutely. Yixing is going to be able to go ahead and lock in all the melees on the side of Twisted Minds there. But I would say even if they are locked in, they don't really have that much damage, right? They have the channel there. If they get later on in the game, is able to summon those wolves and get the pack attacking there in that board. But in the early to mid game, Yuan, Yixing, these heroes might be lacking a bit of firepower when it comes to taking down the people inside the board.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Right now it's Twisted Minds having advantage in this series with a 1-0. But man, oh man, this is scary. I want to see how 9Z Globant are going to be fighting back in this series.
Absolutely. They need to go ahead and shift that momentum, right? They are now 4 losses in a row if you count yesterday. They need to do something new. They need to get out of this rut here. And if they don't, they only got 2 more games here left in the knockout stage.
Yeah, you can see difference in the composition, almost the same. We have very different compositions in every game. Not going to be doing the same things. Twisted Minds wants to engage. 9Z Globant wants to trap them. And now, this is good. Game number 2 is underway, everybody. Twisted Minds versus 9Z Globant. If you haven't been here, they already are on a 1-0.
Yeah, and here is the CD here again. This time we'll give you everything box. Make sure to join in. We always like to reward our viewers at home for watching, and this is one of them here. And here we go. Level 1, both sides are already scrapping here. The Mai and the Liang Po. A lot of durability in the double melee mid. And they're actually keeping up versus the Yi Jing and Yuan.
Yeah, you can see it though. 3K HP already for Sick on this Azure buff. They're going to be taking this without any contest from the side of Twisted Minds, and this is not good. Losing an Azure buff on a Luna is not good.
That is absolutely disastrous. And look at the side of 9ZG here, protecting their own Azure Golem to ensure that while they take yours, you cannot go ahead and take theirs. Now Luna is not gonna get level 4 quite on time here, and is potentially gonna have some mana problems too, now that both Azure Golems went over to the side of Sick.
Yeah, now Hailang had to force away, but right now onto the back line, they'll compensate, but over to use his flash, and he's gonna be dead here. Is that gonna be a first? But no! The Kachosen missed!
Hailang was a little bit off with the skill 1. They're almost getting Yuan. We're seeing Yuan's getting a lot of pressure put on them before level 4, right? That's when they're vulnerable and they're not able to go untangible with that ultimate there. But their Compensating was actually able to get away there. We see Luna try to make a play here. Combo on the 2. They get dropped really low.
Yeah, win RJ. Oh, 1 HP. Almost getting the kill, but the first blood still comes in for Twisted Minds.
The fact that Clean does not have the Azure Golem and it was still able to get that first blood and get a score on the board here is very impressive, right? Because that's going to be a time that he's really weak. He doesn't have the Azure Golem. He's level 4 on Luna, not really known for the level 4 ganks, but it was a good job that he identified that both sides, both people on the side of 9ZG there did not get that level 4 yet, and he was able to get that gank off.
Yeah, you can see that the problem here whenever you don't have the Azure buff, especially for Clean, you can see him not having any mana, right? So now he's at the half mana because he didn't have the Azure buff during the fight a while ago. And this is the problem why you always need to get the Azure buff. But one good thing about that is that even though he didn't have the Azure buff a while ago, the kill that he got was way more worth it.
Yeah, for sure. And then we see Luna actually go ahead and secure their Azure Golem the second it comes up. They don't want to take any chances with Pei invading them anymore, right? We're kind of waiting there for 2 seconds for it to immediately come up and take it. And now Clean can freely transverse throughout the map with that ultimate and not have to worry about running out of juice.
Oh, yeah. Now Twisted Minds doing the same thing, going for the bully, and he's not going to survive. Sick has just been pulled back, and another kill for Twisted Minds.
This is not the Pei performance like we've seen from the game prior, right? Sick is not really able to get a foothold off in the early game, and even pre-level 4, Twisted Minds has a pretty sizable lead as they go ahead and invade the Crimson Golem on the side of 9ZG.
It's going to be tough. They're going to be taking this. ACC has the ultimate, though. They're going to be taking it fast. But ACC was able to take it. Tremor Smash is available, but he's going to be using it. He's not going to be able to jump out, but the flash saves him.
Got what they wanted, and then they got out. That Crimson buff actually went on to ACC there, so he had to make extra sure he was not going down there. He didn't want to give it back over to the side of 9ZG here. And before this first time comes up, we see Twisted Minds with a sizable 1,000 gold lead, but they're not going to have that Tremor Smash for this first objective spawn here. So maybe 9Z can go ahead and take advantage of that and get this Tyrant off the board.
Insane vision score, though, for ACC. Look at this. He has 13 already on that vision score because he has been seeing a lot of people moving in and out of the bushes. So this is good. Right now, with his body moving forward, walking in front of everybody, this is what's good about the Leon Poe. He's not going to die in the early game, so he can definitely find more vision for the team.
Absolutely, here, Twisted Minds here, they're playing a little bit coy here, right? They know they don't have that ultimate available. Liang Po just got it back, so they're going to go ahead and pressure this Tyrant. And if the enemy team comes in, they will force a fight for sure, since they're sizably ahead now.
That was so fast, though. Mindset Globant knows that they cannot fight that because they don't have the firepower. The Futsu and also the Chano gets stronger in the late game, and Twisted Minds has a composition that is built to last here in the early game. So that's why they're taking every fight that they can get. When RJ even has to force the flash because Clean has been dealing so much damage.
For sure, 9ZG kind of grouping up here, looking for any sort of plays here. They know their Crimson buff is coming up, and they don't want to get this one stolen away again. So they help out Sick to go ahead and secure that. But they're still kind of just fighting for their own jungle here, right? Anytime you're just fighting for your own jungle, you're not really getting ahead. You're just trying to break even. and they're slowly kind of slipping away here if we look at the gold lead.
Oh, yeah. Right now, onto the bot lane, you can see a lot more people there going for the invade. Do they know that Clean is around? I think they don't, right? They don't know that Clean is around, but WinRJ is going to be knowing. Right now, he has the ult with the Sage's Might, but the damage is still going to be there. WinRJ is not going to survive this, but no. Highland got trapped, and this is good. 5 people right there. Clean will be able to get the kill, but at what cost? He's going to fall down. But right here onto the backline, Tremor Smash is going to hit too, but they don't have enough damage. That is a big mistake from Twisted Minds.
They didn't have enough follow-up there, right? Everyone on top 9ZG was ready for a fight. We saw them grouping up to protect their jungle there, so all the members were there and ready for action. Whereas, look at Shanks on side Twisted Minds here. He was busy pushing down that bot lane. He got the tier 1 tower, but he was not able to help in this fight.
Look at the push from 90. Has to get away. Good thing he has some speed. He could have been trapped in that ward.
Very, very close there. 9Z opting to actually just stay around, try and see what they can get here. Tried to make a play onto Nightly there, but as you mentioned, they were very nimble, barely escaping the board from Moon there. And just like that, 9Z has kind of clawed their lead back into here. You know, they were before down 1,000 gold. Now it's only 300, and a few more fights like that, and they are going to be ahead.
Looking really great for the side of Twisted Minds. Everything has been good here for the team. But I like that both junglers are really close when it comes to the gold. Not really ahead against each other. So 9Z Globant has a really big chance here. Sparkforge already built for WinRJ. So I'm waiting for him to be a bit more tankier once he gets the next items.
WinRJ is going to be pivotal in this game because they sacrificed a lot of their early game presence for the Futsu pick, whereas Nightly can still maneuver around the map and help out his team. Futsu's just kind of stuck there split pushing, and is that going to get value? We're going to see later on.
Yeah, Tremor Smash is going to get used. No flash and combo save, but has to go to the back line. When they go for it, they got the knockback. They're going to be pushing the tower, but onto the back line, they're going to go. WinRJ is going to be the first target. That's going to be one more kill, and they got 3, but it's still a 3-for-3. Game's not over just yet. Sick could still go for the chase, but that's it. Twisted Minds are okay with a tower and a 3-for-3.
So far, Twisted Minds is not only surviving the pay early game, they are thriving, right? Consistently ahead this game. Definitely not as much as before, because in the 7-8 minute mark, they were all the way up to the high ground. But they're able to go ahead and try and outscale. And once this Luna gets late in the game, sure, Sick is kind of close in gold, but you much rather have a level 15 Luna than a level 15 pay.
Yeah, what's scary about this, though, is that you can see, right, the gaps here for Twisted Minds, because every time they get caught by WinRJ on the Sage's Might and also by Moon on the board, it's gonna get scarier, right? So that is what they need to look at here for Twisted Minds, because when they get caught, they can't get away. They're definitely gonna be dead.
For sure, they're stealing some more of the jungle on the side of 9ZG here. And this is what I was mentioning before, right? They're just trying to defend their own jungle. So they're not really ever able to contest the side of Twisted Minds.
That's big, though. They force the Unending Sorrow. He can't tank anymore. Capo Saber has to go back, and that is good. Second tier tower at the top side, but the bot lane has an answer. 9Z Globant doing a good job at this macro game. And now onto the back, though. Capo Saber looking for the fight, but 9T just tried to go for the backline. ACC is going to be the sacrifice here. That is such damage from Shanks' Aerostorm.
We gotta understand, Shanks the entire game has just been farming. He's not been helping out his team and such here, but now he just got a red buff given away to him here, and he is ready for action. Daybreaker acquired. If we look at the gold here, Shanks should be nearing the top here.
Oh man, it's so scary, right? You have the Daybreaker already on Shanks. This is the start of the game. Right now, Shanks is just gonna destroy everybody. And now, it's gonna be a problem also because Clean is also... What is that? What can they do whenever he does that?
That's the power of Luna, right? Once you have the itemization in there, you're able to dart in and out of the map here, and you don't have any real lockdown on them. If the Futsu is not ready there to go ahead and grab her immediately with that ultimate, there's not much counterplay. She's able to just dart around, get some vision, get some damage off, and retreat safely.
Yeah, Twisted Minds now getting ready for this Shadow variant. 9Z Globant's also in position in the Tyrant. I like that they have pushed the bot lane tower, right? And Sick is doing some housekeeping so that Twisted Minds would need to think about this wave incoming onto the bot side.
9ZG, if they want to go ahead and win a fight, they need to handle the two biggest threats on the side of Twisted Minds. They need to lock down that Luna and remove the Flowborn marksman from the back line. Look at the gold, 9,000 for Shanks and only 6,000 for Lefty. He has almost 50% more gold than the enemy marksman.
Crazy at the back line though. Here he comes, 90 on the back. The Sage's Might denies him, but at the back line, Highlang was able to get the kill on Sick. Both the junglers are down. This is going to be good win. RJ goes into the back, was able to get the kill on Shanks. No more damage onto the side right here of Twisted Minds. What a play coming in from 9Z Globant. Lefty still alive. They could still go for the push here. Topside tower could get taken down here.
Even with all that advantage, Shanks was unfortunately able to get caught there and go down. 9Z Globant, they just find those angles to get him here. A 2-for-2 is really not that bad against Twisted Minds since they were so ahead at that time.
Yeah, what I like about that though is the top lane minions, the bot lane minions from the side of Twisted Minds are pushing. So 9Z Globant can't go for this Tyrant take because they have to defend. If not, towers are gonna fall.
For sure here, Twisted Minds making sure that all their lanes are pushed here and it's the optimal time to fight so that even if they lose, right, I'm not saying they lost the fight there, the enemies still can't make that counter siege, counter push and get more from it. If there's something on the map to do like pushing waves, they're going to prioritize that first before they go for these fights.
Nice taking that Overlord. That could be good for 9Z Globant. That could mount the comeback here for the team. Because right now, they're still waiting on where they want to put it. Twisted Minds is just finding scraps on all the lanes, making sure that the lanes are pushed so that when the Shadow Vanguard comes, at least they're ready.
Absolutely. We see Shanks still going throughout the map, mainly focusing on that farm, right? Even till now, even with all that lead, Shanks is still farming, ensuring that he is going to be on the top of the leaderboard when it comes to gold here. But if he is able to get an effective use of his skills here in the fight, not getting one shot by anyone here, he's going to output so much damage on that Flowborn marksman.
Shadow Path on the top side. That is where they put it. They have to put 90 on housekeeping duty on the top side. But I like that the answer of Twisted Minds is just go to the bot lane. Let 90 push this, the top side. Most members of 9Z Globant are in this area, but because 90 is here, it can just push out the Shadow Vanguard and clear it, while 9Z Globant need to think about the bot lane.
It is going to take him a while here, but he's on the Guan Yu, right? He's able to go ahead and get vision of the enemies and retreat if it really needs to and not be very overcommittal. It looks like the side of his mind, they don't quite care about the enhanced Shadow Vanguard yet, right? They're going to let it push in, and once it gets close to the tower, it looks like Shanks is going to be tanking it up and taking that out.
Full item already on clean at 11.4k. So he's just going to be waiting for the Sage's Sanctuary later on. He's going to be switching for sure. But also on the side of Shanks, Shanks is already at that point. One more item and everything is complete. And his Arrow Storm are going to hurt.
Yeah, basically all of the gold on South Twisted Minds is on Shanks here, so it's very important that they keep him alive, because every other member, I'm looking at the gold here, 9Z Globant kind of is ahead on, right? The mid laner's ahead, their Clash laner's ahead, jungle is down a little bit here, but the support is ahead too. So if 9Z Globant's able to shut down Shanks, they're actually not behind in the fight.
Yeah, look at this, no vision on some of the members of Twisted Minds. Everybody's at mid. And on the back line, you have to be aware of 90. If 90 gets an angle at the back, everybody's going to be in danger here. It's a good thing that WinRJ has been keeping a pinpoint, keeping a check on this guy. Goes in for the flash, goes in for the play. That's going to be 90 dead. That's big. And now 9Z Globant has advantage here, but the tower mid lane has been taken down.
For sure,
oh, what is that? He's going to kill that.
Bottom as well.
What was that kill from Shanks? 2 Arrow Storm and he's dead. They're going to be looking for it. Right now, Kapu Seba is going to be next. You have the board clean, is trapped. And Lefty is pushing. Right there into the backline, Highline was waiting for his prey. And Sick is going to fall.
Shanks just does so much damage at that time in the game here, and we saw WinRJ actually invest his flash ultimate to get Nightly there. So when Shanks got his hands on Futsu there, was able to go ahead and obliterate him with that ultimate. Not much he can go ahead and do. Twisted Minds here, they're coming up on full build on Shanks here. They need to start thinking about how they're going to close out this game, because they got themselves a sizable lead, but they do not want to take it to Tempest for sure.
Yeah, the longer the game goes, the scarier the Futsu and the Lefty is going to be. So that is where they need to think about what they have to do here. High ground towers are still up for the side of Twisted Minds. And they are looking for the Tyrant here. They're positioned already, but Clean is on the top side of the map. Not going to let 9Z Globant take this Overlord right here. That's half HP already. But what they don't know is that Shanks is taking the other objective at the bot lane.
Shanks has been operating on his own all game, right? Wow.
Okay,
wow.
Moon is just going to be taken down very fast. Onto the backline, though they go. Nighty has been able to get to the rear guard. They're getting pushed back. The displacement coming in from Nighty was able to put a sign in this game. Twisted Minds. What a play. Clean. Starting it. Now 9Z Globant is out. 20 seconds on the clock. This game is over. And game number 2 is gonna go to the hands right here of Twisted Minds.
I was saying, wow, Luna's engaging a fight there without Shanks, but they don't need him, right? You see them go ahead and win that fight. Potentially 4v5 almost before Shank comes in and cleans them up there. All game, Shanks has just been operating kind of solo. He was farming bottom, he was farming his own jungle, and then whenever his team calls him over, he's like, fine, I'll help you guys push, right? Just like at the end there, comes in for a little bit of a cleanup, but that Luna is so disruptive, and the only time the Futsu got an ult off was really on Nightly, and while Nightly is very important on the Guan Yu, he's building full tank Guan Yu. You want to invest your skills on one of the carries on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's a good thing that he was using it on, I'd like to say just by using it whenever Nighty is going to go to the backline, right? If he gets to the rear guard and nobody stops him, everybody's going to get pushed forward to the side of Twisted Minds, which is why he had to use it. Because if not, everybody's going to be dead. But in the end there, it was also so hard for them to even get a pinpoint on a clean because that Luna was not staying for like 0.5 seconds. There was no chance that you're going to hit him.
Yeah, anytime you play against Luna, it's like you're watching a slideshow. 1 second she's here, 1 second she's there, she's blinking all around, right?
True.
And like, there's so many crucial characters on side of Twisted Minds there. We almost forgot. Mai was in the game too. There's so many threats. There's Luna, Mai. We didn't even talk about Mai the entire time. Highlang there was doing combos on everyone with the Mai, applying a lot of pressures, right? Applying a lot of poke with a skill 1. Shanks was a threat. Everyone on the sides of Twisted Minds was just a threat, and it was too much for 9Z Globant to handle.
It was crazy, right? That Shanks, what he was doing is just drop an arrow storm. If somebody dies, okay, that's good. And they're just gonna go back after that. And the damage from the arrow storm, especially in the late game, is actually crazy. And I don't know how, but they were able to do it 3 times in that game. And Shanks just got away with a lot of murders there.
For sure, that arrow storm build, he has full damage, full crit, and then all those little arrows are going to be critting. And as you mentioned, one arrow storm is usually enough to take down a squishy target.
Yeah.
But if it's not, they go ahead and load up another one. That's the beautiful thing about Flowborn Marksman. They're able to reset that ultimate and get it off multiple times. And something like the Futsu there, sure, you can survive 1, but can you survive 2? I don't think so from what we've seen.
Yeah, I do believe Clean deserves the MVP here, right? He was putting pressure on the other side jungle, even Pei. I love that Sick was doing a good job. Sick was doing a good job this game. It was just not possible for him to do anything else. He was going for the push. He was doing a good job trying to go to the back line, but it was so hard. It was so hard for him to do anything in this game, which is why you don't see him dealing a lot of damage against the enemy team.
Absolutely here. We see Pei usually drafted with a strong Clash laner, right? But this game, they kind of drafted Pei to buy themselves time so that the Futsu can go ahead and scale up. The early game pressure of the Futsu is kind of non-existent. We see Luna go ahead and take the 2v2 against them top and get the kill on them there. Usually you want to not really patch up your team's weaknesses there, right? They notice the Futsu's bad in the early game, maybe pick up a Pei to patch it up. You want to exacerbate your strengths. Once you pick that Pei, you get the Byron as well too, and you create so much pressure that the enemies can never skirmish you and 2v2 you. And that was not really the lineup from 9ZG, right? The Pei just never got rolling because he had so many weak early game heroes that are not able to really match his pace.
I mean, sure, Shanks got a lot of damage. He got a lot of kills for this game, but as we said a while ago, as you said, he was just farming the whole game, and he was getting farmed. I mean, okay, he still got 29% damage during the whole game, so it's still okay. He was like 3k gold lead at one point in the mid game against Leffy, and that's a crazy thing. But what's crazy was Clean was doing this.
Ladies and Guan Yu pushing the targets back and forth in them. Dash for a second there, he sounded like me when I thought I was gonna get an MVP, right? And it did not happen. It was like, what? There's no way, right? But as we were mentioning, Twisted Minds has so many stars on their side. It's really a toss-up of who's gonna MVP, right? Highland can definitely MVP as well there too. Knightley had some good plays, right, on the Guan Yu, getting a lot of crucial engages there. Look at that arrow storm.
Oh, what is that damage? That is actually crazy. One good thing about it is that you can reset it with your convergence, which is really good, and that's why it's very scary. This is one time that I thought could have been a chance for 9Z Globant. That double kill that they got there, but because the lanes were pushed, it was actually crazy. Shanks,
God, look at that arrow storm.
Yeah, I think you deserve it, buddy.
Yeah, that arrow storm on the Futsu there basically dropped him from 80% to 0 there, and there's not much he could have done. That was one of those fights where he already expended all of his tools to get Knightley there, and then Shanks just was able to run him down with impunity.
Yeah, at that point in the game, like the last clash that you've seen there, everybody, Shanks wasn't needed. Everybody was just destroying everybody. He was a bit too late in the fight, but again, everybody, that was just game number 2. After this is going to be game number 3. It's match point for Twisted Minds. Let's see if they're going to win. We're just going to take a short break.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
And we're back, everybody. Game number 3, match point for Twisted Minds. We'll see if they will win this, or will 9Z find a way to clutch it out and maybe come back from this whole series. We're still going to be your shoutcaster for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil. And Phil, what do you think about Game 3? Does 9Z Globant have a chance?
There's a thing I always say. If a team 2-0s you, usually they make it 3-0, right? It's very hard to shift the momentum at this point because look at this. They are down in the dumps. They just lost 2 in a row. They are on knockout door here potentially, right? As it's match point for Twisted Minds. Yesterday, they didn't get a win either. So they've been kind of throwing everything and nothing really sticks here. For this potential final game, they definitely got to switch it up. I honestly don't know what they could do either because the new Twisted Minds is living up to the hype so far as they are 5-0 and they're showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, man, imagine this feels like an anime, right? Like the protagonist was on a training arc, then he came back clutch to save the team because they were at the bottom of survival week. And then here you go, 90, the protagonist of Twisted Minds, just clutching it up for the team and just being like an additive or like a catalyst to make the team better.
For sure. You know, if they go ahead and reverse this, right, and potentially maybe even win KMW again, they're never going to hear the end of it from Nightly, right? They're going to be like, yep, you guys were struggling, you know, week 1 and 2. I don't know, kind of shoddy performances. I hop on, I'm MVP every game, man. 9Z, never lost to them, you know, can't relate, right?
That's true.
So let's see here. It is potential match point. The Liang gets removed over from inside 9ZG. I think we got some assassins coming out here. When you ban that Liang, usually the Fade, the Lamb is probably what we're going to be cooking here on Sick.
I believe so. I think it's going to come in this game. The assassins are going to be picked. And because the Luna is available, they can even go for the Luna first pick here for Sick so that they would have the safetier option. But Twisted Minds, they still have a lot of options too. So it's still going to be hard for 9Z.
Absolutely. I would think Luna might be a decent ban here, though, but they actually choose Guan Yu with the Liang off the board and Luna on the table. Oh, maybe not, as they go ahead and hover something like the Agudo. Agudo was banned last time. They didn't have the opportunity to pick it. Maybe that was the true target here for Sick, actually, as they're thinking about it.
What are they going to go for here? First pick on the Agudo for 9Z Globant. I mean, Agudo has been really good so far. But Twisted Mind still has a lot of options. Direnji Zhangfei supposedly, but because the Zhangfei has been banned, still an option of a U1, very flexible pick.
There we go. Pretty solid flex picks overall. Twisted Minds here showing nothing really from their hand here. Direnji and Yuan, these are picks that are good against really anyone, right? So they're saving up some of their later picks to go ahead and try and counter out what 9Z is going to go ahead and pick up here. They've already expended a lot of the powerful picks, so there's no need for them to rush anymore. Now they're opting to go for more of the counter pick strategy here, it seems.
Yeah, what's interesting about this, though, is that they still have the long, but they still haven't picked it for Twisted Mind. It's not bad, and they're not even picking that up. But they're okay with just letting this out. Without the Guan Yu, this is a good pick. The Lady Sun Ming doesn't really have a good counter. If you don't have the Guan Yu, you don't have the Dharma. So this is a very strong laner on the side of 9Z.
There we go. We see the Lady Sun Ming get locked in, and this is a very popular strategy. We saw the strategy actually a lot during the KWC here, where they go ahead and funnel up and supercharge the Lady Sun with the Ming. But we have yet to really see a team execute on this strategy here so far. The few I've seen so far were middling kind of performances here. We've yet to see the Lady Sun that was levels ahead of everyone going into the enemy jungle with the Ming and taking them out. And it's going to be a lot tougher now that the Masashi here is locked in for Clean. One of the best Masashi so far as we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, we have seen this yesterday from Clean, and it was their first pick even for the first game. And it's crazy. Now, the Twisted Minds are looking into it. No Mai Shinuis are up. So this could be all in for all of our players right now. I want to see what 90 has in mind here. Byron could be good. My Yin is open also. So they could go for those bans here for 9Z.
Dharma being removed makes a lot of sense. Twisted Minds, their ban strategy is really like basic, but not in a bad way, right? People say keep it simple, stupid, right? If you pick the hero already and it's strong, just go ahead and ban it, right? You're never gonna be able to pick it again. Might as well remove it from your opponents, and that's exactly what they're doing. Outside of the super weapon that is Arlie, that has to be banned regardless. They banned the Guan Yu, the Mai, the Dharma. All these picks are something that they've played in the past, and they're not gonna lose any options from removing them now.
Right now they have choices here for 9Z Globant. They do have the Lady Sun, but Princess Frost is going to be their first idea here for the picks. I kind of prefer the Lady Sun because against the Masashi, just throw the Destructive Deluge and it's going to be hard. But now Mulan is going to be picked up by 9Z. Wow.
It seems like the side of 9Z here, they're really trying to play around the Lady Sun as the carry, right? They're picking as much utility as possible to help it out. They have the Princess Frost to potentially slow down and lock down opponents there. They have the Ming, obviously, to pocket the Lady Sun, and even the Agudo to provide a little bit of sustain here. And what is this? The Shangguan being hovered here. I was joking about how Hai Lang has his hero behind him as Shangguan, but I was saying he's never picked it. There we go. He's like, all right, I'll give you all the Shangguan here. It's one of my favorites, and he's just locked it in.
The first ever time that I've seen him play the Shangguan without Adoya was last year. And now he's bringing it back right now, and I love it. It's one of his favorite picks, as you said, and he could play it pretty well even without the Adoya. So this time he's showing it again, and I like the idea, right? Their idea is because there's nothing that could stop them from going to the back line, the Lady Sun Ming is in threat. They have the Shangguan, they have the Mayin, they have the Musashi to get to the back line.
They have a lot of lockdown potential for sure here. And yeah, as you mentioned, Shangguan usually picked with the Dolia. It's going to be a lot more risky when you do not have that Dolia for you there, because oftentimes you got to choose to invest your ultimate offensively or defensively, right? And when you have the Dolia, you don't need to choose. You can use it offensively and then use one defensively here. But now it's going to be a lot more tricky here. You either want to commit your ultimate to get that kill and then struggle to kind of disengage and leave the fight, or use that ultimate defensively there and not have enough firepower to cut through the likes of 9Z Globant.
Twisted Minds versus 9Z Globant, match point for Twisted Minds in this game number 3. Will 9Z Globant be able to find the win that they need, or would Twisted Minds be back home to the grand finals?
Let's see what happens here. You're going to see the side of 9Z Globant. They're going to walk all around the map with the Lady Sun and Ming, right? They're going to go ahead and start middle here and claim that wave, and then immediately go into the jungle, go into the bot lane, and give this Lady Sun as much farm as humanly possible. Their whole composition hinges on this Lady Sun getting super strong to the point where they can just kind of walk in and just take everyone out, right? Lefty trying for a little bit of an invade here on the Musashi. It was smart to take the board camp first, so they're not able to go ahead and get that from him. But wait, look at this.
A bit too far forward, right? 90 had to force the flash here. I like that 9Z Globant, what they're doing is just giving all the resources right here on Lefty, like what you do with an army, right? You want the Lady Sun to get advantage. She has more range, so she can bully a lot of lanes with this strategy.
And Lady Sun is one of those picks that you get to the critical mass where if you have enough damage, you can just delete people, right? And if you're not able to get to that point, you're not going to be very strong. But if she can get to the point where she can use that frag grenade, that rolling rage, and just one-shot a lot of the members of Twisted Minds, there's not much counterplay to that. And it looks like 9Z Globant is trying to accelerate that atomic clock as quickly as possible.
Now they go to the bot lane. They have level advantage against Shanks, and there's 3 people on the bot side of the map. So right now, there's a lot of pressure going in from the side of 9Z Globant. I hope they use this effectively, though, because with the pressure that they're giving the enemy team, this is good. Twisted Minds is in pressure, and Shanks is not going to be allowed to do anything here.
Yeah, this is one of those games where Shanks is not going to have the freedom he had in the past, where he could just peacefully farm here. He's oftentimes going to be behind here. There's not much he can do. Even if he plays perfectly, you know, they're funneling every piece of farm into Lefty, right? And Twisted Minds play.
Yeah, Hai Lang can go for another dash, though. Needs to not be able to flash away. He doesn't have any flashes. So that's going to be an easy first blood for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, once you land that skill to Princess Frost, that's going to be all she wrote there. And in front of the Lady Sun as well, too. This is a picture-perfect start here for the side of 9Z Globant. They're getting accelerated here. Can they go ahead and keep up this pace and not let Twisted Minds get away with a 3-0 again like yesterday?
Yeah, it was a finishing stroke right there, but not enough damage because he doesn't really have enough items here in the early game. So you're not going to expect him to get any kills at this point. But the idea of the Shangguan pick is to find a way to snowball the early game post-Tyrant. So that's what I'm waiting for. Once they go for the Tyrant fight, I want to see how Hai Lang plays it.
For sure, and if she has enough damage, she can just sail in and take out both the Ming and the Lady Sun. So it's going to be a game of critical masses, all right? Is either side going to give it a hit a critical mass of damage to take out the opponents before they can really respond? That is going to be the question here. 1 more minute until the Tyrant here.
90, dropkick gets them, and exploit weakness was able to exploit 9Z Globant. What a good answer right here from Twisted Mind. Double kill comes in for Twisted Minds.
Wow, that was an amazing dropkick flash there from Knightley. He burned that flash so early, 50 seconds in the game, that at 3 minutes, you know, around the time you usually want to expend your skills there, he has it back up for that skirmisher. Another 2v2. We're seeing that Twisted Minds here, they don't lose those 2v2 skirmishes in the Clash lane.
Yeah, the Frigid Prison right there almost got the hit on Hai Lang. And as he said, whenever that hits, it's gonna be scary. Opening onto mid lane, nobody's pushing. Every member right here of 9Z Globant are ready to go for this Tyrant at 5 seconds.
Opting to go ahead and clear the wave and get ready, but it looks like Twisted Mind has the positional advantage, right? They're already hitting it. They have everyone on it already, and 9Z might be forced to give up another Tyrant. This is not a good look for them so far.
Yeah, bit too late. The timing on that Crimson buff was at 7 seconds before the Tyrant came in, so he had to clear it by then. And because they didn't have any vision of that Tyrant, that was an easy take for Twisted Minds. But remember, no vision here. Shangwon is here. Hai Lang is hiding somewhere. There you go, he has been seen.
I think once again, Twisted Minds is going to be in the driver's seat. They're usually the team that gets the first.
Yeah, goes in with a finishing stroke right here onto the back though. Might be able to get the damage, but Noon not gonna hit the Frigid Prison, but it's okay. No kills for Twisted Minds.
They push him back here and give him another tough start here. They have the Tyrant buff, so 9Z Globant, they don't want to fight too much here. They know they're weaker in the combat there. But I was saying, Twisted Minds, they're able to get that first Tyrant pretty consistently, so they're often able to dictate the pace of the games here. And 9Z Globant, they need to disrupt the status quo.
Yeah, on the top side though, Clean having a 1v1 here. Puts him in the air, and now down under. 90, wait, another fight though. Exploit weakness, was able to get the damage with the drop kick. And Moon and Kapuseba left alone here, gets chased down by 90. Triple kill comes in for Hai Lang.
Well, Hai Lang showing you guys do not need Adolia there. Triple kill for Hai Lang. He had a bit of a rough early game, right? He got caught out once, but he's definitely making it back up, and it's paying dividends here, the Shangguan pick. He's now 3-1 here on the side of Twisted Minds.
Oh, wow. And again, 90 is always has been the reason why they can start this fight though. Once he gets a drop kick, half HP on almost everybody, and now that's the time for everybody to clean up.
And look at this also, the Masashi going full damage here, right? The damage jungle item along with the Axe of Torment, and he's up 2,000 gold to boot here. Whoever he gets both to death is gonna find death pretty quick.
Good stun, good slow on ACC. And he has been trapped, Frigid Prison. That's a good catch though for 9Z.
That gives 9Z a little bit of breathing room, but it doesn't really do much, right? They're down 4,000 gold, and taking out the roamer on the side of Twisted Minds is not going to allow you into their jungle to really take those objectives.
90 has been trapped. They used the Ghost Mobilization to get the knockup, but wasn't able to. Had to force a flash out of Win RJ. Still not a kill.
All right, they're showing some signs of life here, right? 9ZG. It is potentially match point. They need to give it their all. They're playing this death ball composition we were talking about, right? Everyone's going around and protecting the Lady Sun. They have the Gudo to help out. But wait, look at this.
Win RJ trying.
Left.
Yeah, he has been left alone. He could be killed here. Win RJ was able to dash away, but Hai Lang is there to cut him off. And that's another kill. One more for Twisted Minds.
That's blue. They were 4-man walking up there as a unit. Everyone backed off. Win RJ did not get the message, kept walking forward there, and then he got himself in a bit of trouble here with Twisted Minds. But it just shows first, second game, and now third game, and Twisted Minds is able to dictate the game and control it.
Yeah, good knockup though. But Hai Lang was just baiting them out, not letting them move forward with a finishing stroke, just to put a sign on it. Goes in for the flash, got the knockup for stun on 3. And this is going to be clean, is going to be killed right on the back. Good shutdown for 9Z Globant.
But he was definitely feeling himself a little bit too much there, right? That was a very ambitious dive there. Diving the tier 1 tower of 9Z there while everyone was around. We know how 9Z likes to position with this composition. They're all going to be grouped up. It's not going to be easy for Clean to get those isolated kills that Masashi kind of wants to get there.
Yeah, we've seen it. I think Win RJ has been struggling in this game. You can see him looking, finding opportunities to get kills on 90. But look at 9Z Globant. They're playing a death ball. They've been together the whole time. One thing that could be bad here is that it's a good thing that Twisted Minds is here to cut them off at the back line. There's an option here for 90 to find the kill, but he has been discovered.
The thing about these death ball style compositions is it's very easy to outmaneuver you, right? We see ACC in the shadows here getting vision, and once you know where the death ball is, you know where all the enemies are, right? If you just go ahead and split the map and do other stuff, look at this. Look at the side Twisted Minds. They have someone here, someone there, right? They're all around the map. They're getting farm everywhere. Whereas the side of 9ZG, they can only get farm from this one lane. Everyone there sharing all that experience, all that gold. Whereas the side of Twisted Minds, everyone's getting their own gold.
Yeah, and while they're taking the Tyrant, there's nobody here. They can't even move forward because the towers are already down. With the second tier towers down, makes it easier for them to just take it. Top lane though, look at it. The minions are just taking down the tower, and there's nobody there to defend.
Yeah, this game really mirrors game 1, right? Where 9Z Globant was just trapped into base, and Twisted Minds, you know, they're not going to over-aggress and push them too hard here. They're just going to opt to play the map and take the safe guaranteed win. They already have that 5,000 gold lead, and they're like, okay, you guys want to go ahead and chart up in your base? That's fine. We'll take every piece of jungle. We'll take every piece of objectives until you cannot stand it anymore.
Yeah, now, Twisted Minds. It's a good thing that there's a good amount of wave clear though for 9Z Globant. That's why Twisted Minds can't push it just yet. Right there onto the back, they go for the drop kick, didn't hit it. Good timing for the side right here, right now. Twisted Minds just gonna be going back away. They got the tower, they got what they wanted. They're just gonna back off. Winter is here, is gonna slow them down, but Shanks is just pulling them out of the way with his cards.
What a flip of the switch here, right? We are just mentioning how they're probably going to leave him in base, right? And that's what they did in game 1. But this game, they switched it up a bit. Everyone immediately flashed in and flipped that switch and engaged there. Sure, they got no kills, but they were able to buy enough time and pressure for that high ground tower to be taken out. So now that high ground, that clash lane there is going to be spawning elite minions for the entirety of the game now. And this is going to be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, it's going to be starting. High ground tower down. 9Z had to force a Tyrant fight. Win RJ is being baited out of the way, but Tai Lang just forcing them out of the picture with the finishing stroke bait so that nobody could move forward. Sick doesn't have vision here. This is just an easy take on the Tyrant. Nobody's stopping them.
On the side, Twisted Minds, super healthy here. Now taking the Crimson Golem. This is what I mean. When you have that Death Ball style turtle, you know, composition here, you're forced to everyone play together. And if the enemies don't play you at your game, Twisted Minds are like, okay, we're just not going to fight you. You know, we're going to play for these objectives. We're going to push this lane, push that lane here. It's really hard to respond because your team is made to be all together.
What was that Imperial Order? I thought WinRJ is gonna get killed there. That was kind of scary. But here you can see that Shanks is still trying to go for the push here. Winter is here as well, so Moon is just gonna be pulling the trigger right here clean. In front, just pushing them away, even with the finishing stroke. He doesn't even use it to get kills. The finishing stroke is just there to zone out 9Z.
For sure. Yeah, Masashi's just so ahead at this point in the game. Look at the gold. 9.7k on Masashi to Agudo's 6.5k. He's just up 2.5 items here. So he is able to go all this damage and still be so durable. He's level 15. He's had consistently 3 levels on his counterpart all series. Not just this game. All series, it feels like.
True. And also with a Primal Bond, they're just taking it. They don't even care at this point. Because they can. There's no way that 9Z could challenge this.
Yeah, this is exactly the same as game 1 here, right? They say you're going to stay in your base. Cool. We're going to get every single objective. And every time they mount a sizable push, you see a high ground go down. And they've already got 2 out of the 3 down already. Once they summon that enhanced Shadow Vanguard, likely in the bottom lane here, it is potentially going to be the final push.
Yeah, final fight. 90, Hai Lang in front, Shadow Path in the bot lane. They're waiting for the last push here. 9Z Globant. It's just so hard that nobody is here. Nobody is made to face check on the side of 9Z Globant, which is why they can't move forward.
Yeah, their composition does not really play that well from behind, right? If you death ball in the enemy base where they're forced to react to you, it's amazing. But if you're on the back foot here, no one can really walk up and get vision for you, right? If you go everywhere, you need to bring your whole family here with you, or else you risk getting caught out. True. But now that that Shadow Path is in the bottom lane there, they're going to be taking reduced damage. They're all higher level.
Win RJ being the wall onto the back line, the last fight that they're looking for. Rampage, that is done. Leffy's over. This game is going to be on their side. Everybody's falling down like flies on the side right here of 9Z Globant. From the bottom of Survival Week to the peak once more. Twisted Minds are back in the grand finals where OG awaits.
Once again, I've seen this before, right? I've played these games before. Twisted Minds making their way through the lower bracket here. And once again, they're going to meet up against OG exactly the same as last season. But this time, will OG go ahead and blunder? I don't want to say blunder, but they beat Twisted Minds every other time, right? It's just that they lost that one time. Will it be a repeat of last season?
What a performance from Twisted Minds. And as you said, that's the question that has been looming in our minds. This could be the Twisted Minds that destroyed OG last season. Remember, it's the same thing. What happened here in this season is that OG had a perfect run. And then, in the end, Twisted Minds just got them out, just sweep them under the rug in the last and the most important fight.
Absolutely. They had a perfect run, and then Twisted Minds happened, all right? And if I was OG right now, I'm probably thinking like, uh-oh, we won every single match this season, you know, again. We cannot let this happen again, boys, all right? They know their opponents. They know not to underestimate them this time, and it is even Knightley's back in here, right? And Knightley was a huge reason why they actually took down OG there in the first season. But there is going to be our lower bracket match there, so that goes ahead and solidifies 9Z Globant in the third place position, and Twisted Minds here is minimum second now.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, what a performance. Highlang bringing out the Shangwan in this game. And even 90, man, I cannot discount the fact that 90 has been the reason why they win these clashes. Even the whole series, he was doing that. Not even getting MVP, it's okay. As long as we win.
I'm gonna have to give props to someone we don't talk about too often in this game as well too, right? Twisted Minds ACC. We were identifying that 9Z Globant, they have that death ball composition, right? How does Twisted Minds always outmaneuver them? How do they always know where to be and when? ACC is always looming in the shadows over a wall, getting vision, spotting the enemies, saying like, hey guys, they're all over here. They go ahead and rotate around and steal the farm elsewhere where it's safe until they can build up a sizable lead and just take a full-on fight to the doorstep of 9Z Globant, as we saw here at the very end, and close out the game.
Yeah, you can see the gold graph here. There were some times that 9Z Globant was fighting back against Twisted Minds, but in the end, even Highlang had just one mistake in this game, was just at level 4 tried to steal the boars, but it's okay. Clean still the MVP in this game. Shanks got 2, Clean got 1, so it's still okay. At least Clean was able to get it in the end here.
For sure here for Clean there. But yeah, it does not matter the strength of the player you are, right? If you get hit by Princess Frost skill 2, that just shows anyone can get taken out in the early game. Even the mighty Highlang on one of his favorite picks here, the Shangwan, right? Very excited he got ahead and busted that out. Maybe he's thinking this is one of the last times he can go ahead and play that, as they know they're going to be against OG next.
Look at this place, right? Highlang, what he's doing here is just so smart. This is something that everybody should learn. When they're playing Shangwan, you could stop whenever you're using the finishing stroke. He was always stopping. He's stopping, cast something, then stop again, then try again. You could go back, you could go in. You don't really have to just go in, because you have the option to go back.
For sure here, and it looks like they are going to be going back to last year's finals now. Twisted Minds versus OG. I'm pretty sure OG was not ready for this one this year, right?
True.
Like, they saw 9Z Globant get the second seed here. They're the second runner-ups here in Group S. They saw Twisted Minds, you know, kind of washed up, getting knocked down potentially, right? And then out of left field, Knightley comes back, roster reforms, and they're getting hyped up to good reason. They're 6-0 right now.
They're probably surprised that he's back. The hero is back, and now they are in this form. Got a 3-0 on the first part of the lower brackets, then in the lower bracket finals, got them back to here in the grand finals, a rematch. A very different, not really very different, Twisted Minds with City Boy not here anymore for the support. ACC being the substitute here for the team has been different. And I hope this same formula would be able to topple down the strength of OG.
Absolutely, they're OG. They're going to have a best of 7. The victor is going to be pretty decisive, right? It's a best of 7 match. If it goes the distance, it will go ultimate battle. So those are going to be enabled as well too. But we're going to have to go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, it is going to be the final match in the Major West League.
Don't Huang. Won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise. How unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess. Let me help you tidy things up. It's almost time. Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us! Who will come to help us? No! How interesting! Very interesting! You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Huang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrian.
Austrian? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrian of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Ambrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding, my old friend. Caillou! Do not I like that. Hey! You!
Hey!
Stop!
You!
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
I'm definitely late! Woo! Why aren't you answering the phone?
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the Misty Marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Spriteling strike! Ha! Hey! Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of Spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without Spritelings.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their Featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the Indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
Donghuang, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess. Let me help you tidy things up. It's almost time! Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us! Who will come to help us? No. How interesting! Very interesting! You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. and she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin. The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding, my old friend.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Welcome back here, everybody. In the grand finals, we have an El Clasico. We're back with Twisted Minds versus OG in the grand finals of the Kings Major West. We're still going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil, and today's actions are going to be intense.
For sure. We have, once again, Twisted Minds versus OG. Exactly the same story as last season. Twisted Mind coming in from the lower bracket here. Is it going to play out exactly the same here? OG is definitely going to be worried about that, right? Because even though Twisted Mind, I would have to say, though, what is different, though, is this time, OG didn't really get a chance to prepare for this, roster of Twisted Minds. Last time, they played 4 times, right? First time, OG go down and, 3-0s them. Second time, it was like a 3-1. Then it was like a 3-2, and inevitably, Twisted Minds eventually come out on top. This time, they never really had that shot, right? Every time OG was against them, it was very, very decisive. I think Twisted Minds was only able to take 1 win off them in one of the matches here. So they were never really able to build up that momentum against OG, but that could either play with or against them, because OG now doesn't have that training against Nightly. They've never played against Nightly this season.
Yeah, they played... they have 1 day to prepare. Yesterday was the only time that they had to prepare when they saw Nighty back in the roster. So with him back in the roster, this is going to be a challenge. How are they going to fight them? How are they going to answer this fast? Because they didn't know how things have played out for Twisted Minds. Maybe this was part of the master plan. Well, once we get to the playoffs, we're going to get Nighty in. We're going to get OG surprised again. Because even during the Kings World Cup, Twisted Minds with Nighty look really strong.
Oh, for sure. They got 4th place there in the world, right? And this is versus the best teams in the world. There's even 2, teams from the KPL coming into there as well too. So, those guys claimed spot number 1 and 2. There's not many other spots left for them to go ahead and claim, right? So they did excellently there. And this is going to be, once again, the test. Even though Twisted Minds has all these accomplishments, they're the former champions. OG, they have the momentum factor. They've been winning every single match. It's so hard to root against a team that has won every single match, even if they did the exact same thing last season and lost.
They look really clean. They look really smooth compared to last year's performance from OG. I do think this is a better performance compared to that. And as we said, everybody in the global scene has been accelerating, has been getting better. And OG, even if they're the best of the best, they're still getting way better than we expect from these guys.
For sure. I think the OG from last season, they played in a way, they played really cocky, they played really aggressive, and it makes sense, right? Because they deserve it. They're the strong team, they're the number 1 team. But they got humbled a little bit by Twisted Minds there, right? I'm thinking here, coming into this finals, they're not gonna, make as many of those flashy plays that they're really known for, not gonna play as confident. Not saying they don't want to play for the win, but they don't want to give their enemies a chance now that they know TM is very capable of taking a series away from them.
Yeah, TM could actually try and win this, honestly. With how they performed during the last games that we had against 9Z Globant, they look really dominating. And being very dominating in almost the same fashion as what OG did yesterday, we're up for a series. A long series here.
Yeah, statistically, it's really hard to gauge these teams' strengths off of someone like 9Z Globant, right? OG 3-0'd them as well. Twisted Minds 3-0'd them. They're both very, very decisive. So we know they are squarely in the number 1 and number 2 position. We just got to go ahead and find out who is number 1 and who is number 2, right? There's a big prize pool jump there, and you get that slot into the KWC2, which is very, very important for the victors here as well. This is going to be a best of 7. It's really going to test the team's stamina, their hero pools, because this is the only best of 7 any of these teams have played so far.
Yeah, very different, right? From the last season, we only have a best of 5 in the finals, but here, best of 7, Ultimate Battle is in the table. So this is gonna be tough, especially when it comes to Ultimate Battle. One great thing whenever I see an Ultimate Battle being run is that the teams only have a few minutes or even just a minute to think about their draft. And with that, that's the most clutch thing that you should think about. And I hope both of them are ready when the Ultimate Battle comes in, because some teams get shaken up when it's Ultimate Battle because they don't know what to draft.
Oh, for sure. And the amazing thing about Ultimate Battle is we know a lot of the heroes are going to be the same, but those teams that opt to take those adaptations, right? The one hero they switch out will play a pivotal role because every other character is usually the same. You're often probably going to see the Mai, the Long, come out, and maybe the Dharma in the Clash lane. But the one they switch, we saw in the KWC, some teams opted for, the Diadea, some teams opted for the Liang, right? That adaptation plays a huge part because when everything else is the same, that's the only difference there. That is your edge, and you need to learn how to play around that specific character only there. But Dash, do we think an Ultimate Battle is happening here though? Because to get to Ultimate Battle, for those of you guys that don't know at home, it has to be 3 wins on either side. Then to close it out, it is a blind pick draft Ultimate Battle.
It's actually still possible. Honestly, because of their performance, it's possible. But before everything else, everybody, let's take a look at this intro first.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Here we go. Here's a look at OG Esports. We have Keke in the Clash lane, Dao Dao in the jungle, Wen in the mid lane, on Marksman and Nuchin on Roam. You guys have definitely seen this team. You've definitely heard this team name before because they've been dominating everything. They are flawless up until now. They've dropped games, but they have not lost a single set.
They have the dream right here for OG is to conquer their demons, which was Twisted Minds from last season. And it's gonna be a challenge, yes, with the hero of the story from Twisted Minds back in action. And as I'm saying that, let's take a look at Twisted Minds.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you're running. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Twisted Minds, the Masterminds, Nighty, Clean, Highlang, Shanks, and ACC got your back. We've seen them a while ago in their first series. They got it in a dominating fashion, and they're back home in the grand finals facing their former opponents, OG.
And they make history repeat themselves, right? They've been here before. They're definitely not shaken because it's not their first time making that lower bracket run, right? And they ran it all the way up to the grand finals. And in this bracket here, you know, OG they don't get a second life here, right? This is it. Whoever wins this match here goes home the champions there and is gonna, you know, once again conclude to the fans which team hailing from Italy is gonna be stronger.
Yeah, I want to know from the fans watching right now, do you think an ultimate battle will be handed to us in this series? It's a big possibility. Put it down there in the comments. We want to see it because we want to know too, because we are thinking that this could be an ultimate battle.
For sure. I'm going to make the exact same prediction as I did last season. I think it can go either way, Twisted Minds or OG. But OG has the potential to end it off sooner with a 4-0 or 4-1. Whereas I think if Twisted Minds does win, it is going to be a bloodbath here with potentially an ultimate battle coming onto the gorge here. Let's take a look at the drafts. We see Luna already getting banned from side of Twisted Minds, heavily targeting the side of Dao Dao's junglers there. And OG takes a more balanced approach, removing the Arlie and the Dharma instead.
Yeah, Twisted Minds going for the Lung first pick here. Not the same fashion as they did during the last game because we haven't seen the long pick from Twisted Minds during our last game, but OG prioritizing the Agudo and the Hu1 for the first pick.
We've seen Dao Dao play a lot of Agudo so far too, right? So when they heavily target his hero pool here with those two bans, he's gonna fall back onto Agudo here, and this is gonna be kind of that like early game siege composition we see out of OG where they get a strong lead, and instead of really playing for those double objectives like we've seen in the last match, they opt to go ahead and brute force down some of these high ground towers.
Interesting. They went in with the Dolia for Twisted Minds. Dun is on the table, and OG could actually take it out of the picture with their bans. But for now with the Guanyu, they need something to stop the Guanyu from just snowballing the backline, or at least have a very flexible marksman that could go in and out of the fights. The buy-in is a good answer though, at least to stop the first onslaught of that Guanyu.
For sure, the early game pressure from the Mei-in here is going to give Guan Yu a lot of trouble, as he needs to go ahead and, you know, get a few items and play for that mid game when they get team fights going down. As mentioned though, the Dune could be banned away from the side of Twisted Minds here if they think they're going to go ahead and pick it. I would say though, you know, the Dolia Dune combo has kind of fallen off a good amount. It's still strong, but it's not something that's relatively worth a ban so far. It looks like OG opts to go ahead and remove stuff like the Masashi actually, and the Pei.
Yeah, they're opting to go for just very good heroes for clean. They're taking out all the options here. I like it that they banned this, and even banning the concert here so that there's no option to counter the Lung like what they did a while ago from Twisted Minds. They used the concert U to win. Oh yeah, interesting.
Coming out, one of the best global presence marksmen, right? He's able to land, he's able to shoot that global arrow that if it hits someone across the map is always going to convert into potentially a kill there because of that scaling crowd control there. I love the Mai ban from Twisted Minds. They identified that they don't want the Mai because it's going to play against a Yuan potentially, but they also don't want OG to go ahead and pick it up and then rotate down Yuan into that roam position. So a very smart ban there, and the Concert U is always a great pickup against something like the Guan Yu and Long, and maybe the Lamb too. That's a good reason to ban out the Concert U as well, right? One of the biggest counters to Lamb.
Also, one good thing about the Lamb pick is it's a good counter to Agudo. Space Blade, you have a lot of targets for you to jump onto, which is why it's a really good counter whenever you see an Agudo on the other side. The question is, how are they going to play around it? Oh, that's why they picked the whole Yi, because they're going to be picking Kong Ming in mid so that they have more firepower, they have execution power right out of the Kong Ming.
Explosive drafts coming out from both sides here. Game one, it feels like both of them are kind of making a bit of a statement, right? Twisted Minds locking in the Lamb, telling them they're not afraid to bust out the Lamb versus OG, and OG firing right back saying, all right, we'll bust out the Kong Ming mid, right? These are not very textbook drafts. Both sides are just, trying to send a message to their opponents, and a win with some of these strong, high variance, kind of feast or famine picks will send that message.
First time pick for Twisted Minds in that Lamb. They just want to counter the Agudo badly, which is why they picked it up. So this is interesting. Being the first time draft here in the tournament could be a surprise for OG because they were not expecting it. But I like the whole Yi pick a lot because most of the time, even KWC, we had a high win rate on the whole Yi because he's not picked a lot, yes, but he was also doing a lot of work for the team, especially the utility side of the Burning Sun arrow.
So a lot of marksmen in Honor Kings, if they die, they just kind of do nothing and you get no value and you lose the fight, right? Hou-Yi almost always gets value, similar to the Long. It has a great matchup against the Long, number one, and it's just going to be firing those arrows all throughout the map and trying to help out their teammates, right? Both marksmen extremely consistent, and it's kind of funny that they have such consistent marksmen when they have stuff like the Kong Ming and the Lamb, which is the complete opposite in the other parts of the map.
Yep, Twisted Minds versus OG, everybody. The grand finals, a repeat of the last season. We are back. We are so back in this grand finals. Game number 1 is underway. And let's see if this goes to Ultimate Battle.
For sure. We are gonna see that the Realme 15 is the phone that the players are going into. You like that segue there, huh? All right, here we go.
Yes,
the Realme 15, built for performance and made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demand it. Ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference. This is going to be the phone that all the players here are going to be playing on in the finals. They want to ensure that the players have the best of the best, no hardware limitations at all. And with the Realme 15, that is not something they got to worry about.
Yeah, right now you can definitely see it though. The Kaka and the Mighty battle, this is what I've been looking forward to. The Mayin against the Guan Yu. I want to know how they play this out because I do believe that the Guan Yu is not going to have, he's going to have a problem against the Mayin, but the longer the game goes, it's going to be okay because he's not going to be focusing on the Mayin anyway.
He's going to be looking to just push his wave up there, right? And then get that farm and help out his team. In the very early game, it's going to be rough, especially if OG opts to go ahead and send 3 people up there to take that space right to open up that teleport there. On being left alone here in the bot lane against ACC and Shanks, but it's okay. There's Yuan coming in clutch here to go ahead and give him a little bit of presence. But so far, both sides playing pretty passive, no real headwinds either way.
Yeah, this is something that we've discovered also from last season, right? We pick up the Hou-Yi, build up a lot of HP whenever you're picking up a Long. So this is one of the counters that even the KPL did last season that we understood just from last season because it's actually a good counter because not getting one shot by the Long in the late game is an important thing.
For sure, and then you can use that ultimate to lock down the Long and potentially take him out before he has the ability to use that that infinite vastness to get away. And if he does get away with 1 HP, and you know where he lands, you can also kind of set him up for a brutal arrival as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Right now on the top side, Kaka and Nairi, but Clean is also here so they could go for it and maybe take the fight against them. But as early as now, we are waiting for any movements. Both teams are just at a standstill. Like a duel at high noon. They're not even moving. They're not even getting anything. Just Small skirmishes, small takes on camps, just small steals, and that's okay. That's a good, stable thing that they have to do here.
Yeah, and 2 minutes 30 seconds in the game, we're seeing that OG is able to win that tiny war of attrition so far, right? Up a little bit of gold. So maybe it's a sign of what to come. It is negligible, you know, the little bit of gold that they are up. But we have 1 more minute to the Tyrant, and that is not going to be negligible, right? Whichever team goes ahead and takes that usually takes the driver's seat. We saw Twisted Minds get most of those Tyrants versus 9Z Globant, and because of that, they had really good dictation throughout most of the games in the prior set.
And it's also smart that both their teams are just not taking anything, waiting for everybody to scale. Shanks has to force out the infinite fastness. They use the Burning Sun arrow on him, so he has to get away.
Yeah, I think both marksmen are just going to be about able to get their ultimates up right at the spawn of that Tyrant. They have to make sure they have these abilities ready. There is the Dolia to reset Shanks' ultimate though, so yeah, he's going to be good to go right here already. Wow. Beautiful unending sorrow from Muchin here, not being able to get caught by Highline.
Had the flash for on. That's very important though. The flash timing, 20 seconds on the Tyrant, so he will not have any flashes for this fight. But that pushback coming in has to flash away for when 2 flashes are down.
Getting himself in a bit of trouble here. Looks like Twisted Minds has the common skill advantage, but still it can go either way, right? Once everyone is up here, Dao with the Gudo pressuring that mid lane, helping push out that wave. And if they take their eye off the ball here, Twisted Minds, Gudo can definitely rip down that Tyrant very quickly.
Good knockback. Infinite Fastness is down again, even with the reset, but now looking at it, Clean is not gonna try it, not gonna opt to steal this. So that was still a good bait. Just try to go for fishing on this Tyrant for Shanks.
That's what we're talking about right there, right? They got their eye off the ball, and Dao saw an opportunity, immediately rips down that Tyrant so quickly that Twisted Minds knows they can't really even react. That's why it's very important to be in position when the objective spawns, especially against someone like the Gudo, which is able to take it down so quickly.
Yeah, easy push for them. Even in this, I think OG has advantage in this fight if ever they try to take this. At the back, 90's gonna push back 1. And that is gonna be down. They're gonna be pushing them back away. What a push again from 90. That's what they're looking for. On can fall down. They got 1 kill. And almost gonna make it 2. But they have a 2-for-2 for now. Kalka is gonna be here to get the advantage. Not gonna be even out. And he's gonna be chasing down Shanks. The last kick to get a 4-for-2.
4-for-2 for Cyber OG. Not the best time to fight, right? They just got the Tyrant, so they have that extra boost in stats when it comes to combat. Clean has just been kind of farming all throughout the map. He's not getting himself into any trouble here. He's in the enemy jungle. He's gonna get himself in trouble right now.
He's in the wrong side of the jungle though, Clean. The good thing he still has a lot of dashes to just get away from it, right? So very safe. But that big fight, right? OG, I thought they were the ones losing because 90 had a great position there.
He did, and they got Dao trapped up in that box there, but as we mentioned, they have that the Tyrant buff on there, and even if you don't start the fight as favorably, when you just have more stats than your opponent, as we've seen there, they're able to go ahead and win that. And the richest member on side of Twisted Minds here, the Lamb, was also just not in that fight too. He was off farming alone, getting himself a bit of a lead, so that's gonna put Twisted Minds on the back foot when it comes to combat.
Yeah. Still a good try there for Twisted Minds. Good fight actually, but they just didn't win the fight just yet. Still need to wait for Clean to get the items though. On has a flash though. Burning Sun arrow is in the table. Use it in close range. Not a lot of stun though. Right now the World is My Board is gonna be here. Muchen tanking up a lot of damage. They saw Clean on the top side, so they have to take what they can.
Destroyed a tower.
Yeah, you can tell On was not quite prepared for something like that Lamb pickup, right? He got caught out a little bit there. Didn't know that Clean could be in that position there, invisible. He uses the close range ultimate. Speaking of close range, wow, look at that.
Pushed back. That is good. Dao is going to be dead here, but he was still able to stay alive with a blood rage right in front. One doesn't have any mana, and he was in front of everybody there. Muchen doesn't have the ult. But what a good pickoff for Twisted Minds.
Pretty sloppy fight from both sides there, but it looks like Twisted Minds will come out on top. Highline almost going down there, Dao almost going down, but they were able to clutch it up. We see Nightly now all around the map, now pressuring the bottom lane of the side of OG, and this game is looking very, very even.
That's big. Clean at level 12. Just like in the same fashion, they're having a hard time against Clean. Having advantage here, but the stun was able to lock him down, and they're going to be chasing him over. The push right there for Nike to save them out. They have the World Spy board, got used, but they still were able to shut them down with Kaka. In the backline, was able to get 90, and he's chasing down Highline. Does he have the passive? Yes, he does. But it doesn't matter. They still got the kill.
Pops that passive here and gets the kill as well too. OG, you know, if you're not monstrously ahead, they always feel like they're so good in the fight, right? The gold was dead even. The kills were dead even.
Crazy.
But they still come out so on top. It feels like gold is worth more on them sometimes, right? And this game is not going to be the game where Keke goes and, you know, distracts all the enemies, you know, and he has kind of a bad KDA. He is 3-0 on the main here, and he's looking to keep it that way.
Yeah, look at the items here, Avon. He's getting ready to get all those HP items after this because he knows that Shanks could definitely kill him once he gets the third item. Second tier tower got taken down the bot lane and the Tyrant is on the table. It's just gonna be waiting to be eaten, but off the back though, they have one shot. One kill on, has to flash away. Good kill on their side though, but OG gonna be chased down. Got the kill already good. One is down again, and that is good. Already for Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds do get win there, but they lose the objective once again, right? Tyrant goes over to OG again, and now they have another 1 minute period where they gotta take an uphill battle if they want to go ahead and fight the side of OG. Wen not really finding his footing into this game here, but it is kind of, you know, typical to OG strategy to kind of sacrifice Wen in a lot of positions here, right? He doesn't have the best score line so far. It's much better you sacrifice someone like him and On than Keke, which has a big shutdown on his head.
Yeah, right now, already starting on this objective, easily going to be taken here by Twisted Minds. Got the Overlord. So far, they have been caught always by Clean on the back, and there's nothing to help the rear guard. Every time they try to go there, that's an opening. On is going to get caught. They have to force the flash. So they need to find a way to find Mighty and Clean first before they fight.
For sure, Clean is going to be pivotal to this game. The entire game, Clean has just been kind of farming, getting himself ahead, and you can tell in the levels, right? He was level 14 a second ago, whereas Dao was only level 12. He had a 2-level lead, even though his team as a whole is down 2,000 gold. He himself is really strong. So every time he enters the fight here, OG needs to have alarm bells.
Yep, Kaka getting ready for it. And Clean was just able to get the death from below. He has been doing that since a while ago, just dashing away from danger. Burning Sun Arrow got the hit on one, but they're not going to be chased down. Muchin has to use the ult right here, and now in front is 90. He's not in the back anymore to use displacement against the other team. And right now with the ult death from below in front, and that is him. Clean gets the double kill.
Gets the reset as well too, right from Dolia, and gets the ultimate back. Great fight there. It looked like it was really going well for the side of OG, right? Keke was on the sidelines getting drop kicks off onto the Dolia, but all while that was happening, the bot lane of OG was just getting cut through by the side of Clean. And this is going to be the first Tyrant here that Twisted Minds is able to take, and a very important one as well too, as it's the first enhanced version.
We have a series in our hands, everybody. This is a very tough match. Twisted Minds are taking over the game. I mean, they don't have the gold advantage in this game, but Clean and 90 already in position for a fight here. Burning Sun Arrow has been seen a while ago, but Clean looking for it. Tower's gonna be down, and even the Gorge mobilization is not gonna hit anyone.
Here's the thing though, Clean was so ahead of everyone else that he had at one point 2-3 levels on Dao maybe, right? But now he's stuck on 15. If they don't kind of close out this game soon, everyone's just going to catch up to the level that he is at. He has 3,000 gold on Dao here. I don't think I've ever said that statement before ever, right? As someone has 3,000 gold on Dao, but Clean does. So he's going to look to try and close out this game before they catch up, because they will eventually catch up on the side of OG.
Yeah. They know their priorities, right? This is what's good about Twisted Minds. They know who to get the gold share, get the bigger gold share on the team, and it's Clean at this phase of the game. But the longer the game goes, the less effect the LOM is going to get in this game, so they have to finish it. As you said, they need to find a way to finish it. Mu Chen has to force an Unending Sorrow. 90 now down to low HP. 14 seconds out of the Primal Bond. And they even have to use the Gorge mobilization here. They do have it available for the next one. And they can still roll Furball for Dao.
For sure, they're sizing up this Overlord here. OG wants to get something on the board as they lost that Tyrant there. They're waiting out, very intelligently waiting out the Tyrant buff we see from Twisted Minds, right? They know that they're going to be down the Enhanced Shadow Tyrant buff. They don't want to take a fight. Now that it is over, they're going to look for something here as both sides can take this objective.
Yep, at the back again, Clean finds it and needs to flash away, and now 90 in front got stunned. Not going to be moving anytime soon. The World Spy board is going to be there. Shanks tried to go for the kill onto the backline, but Kaka looking for the back, doesn't hit anybody, but it doesn't matter. Highline is going to be using the Splendor already, pops the passive, and he's going to go for the chase down, gets Shanks, and will be getting more. ACC has to get away from this. Everybody's still alive, but Clean is looking to maybe equalize the numbers here, but Kaka turns it around again, and that's it. ACC is down, an ace for OG, and that team fighting is what we were looking for OG.
Agudo, they're very likely able to go ahead and end the game here. Look at this. This is the power of Agudo, being able to summon these critters to tank up that tower and brute force down. It is over. Wow, one team fight win there. And it is so pivotal that Keke, wait, hold on. Nightly's out.
What? He got the pushback though. It might be time. Highland has to ult. Could use the taking liberties, but OG right now trapped, and that's it. OG will take first game.
An explosive finish here. I hope they show it in the highlights there, but Clean could have easily cleaned up all inside of OG if Keke was not there to perfectly combo out and CC chain down Clean while his team focused fire there. Look at that. The teams were literally neck and neck there, and it just takes one poor fight there and they immediately push the win. This is a game of fractions, of hairs here. A tiny mistake will be capitalized on.
Close game. It was a very close game. I thought they had it in the bag here for the side of Twisted Minds, but as we said, the longer the game goes, the less effective Clean is going to be in this game. He tried to go for the backline push, but everybody had flash on OG, and when they flashed away, that resetted the fight, and that started the comeback of OG in that battle.
I was ready for the Clean Lamb montage there, right? Everyone else on OG was low. I'm like, oh, I see the line. He's gonna go here, here, and take them all out there. But Keke also knew that was a possibility, perfectly CC chaining up Clean there. And while he did not have the damage to go ahead and take him down here, it was really tanky. He was going tank Lamb there with the Frost Scar and the Giant Script. He was able to communicate it, and everyone on OG was on the same page. They were all low. They're like, you guys, we can all die to Lamb here. I'm going to out control him for a second here. I need everyone to focus fire. In that 1 second that he was controlled, everyone focused fire on the side of OG. And from then on, it was game.
Getting him out of his tempo was the most important thing, right? Once he's out of the tempo, Clean is not going to have the best time. And as we said, Puyi, building like this, after getting the first 2 items, Kiras of Savagery, the extra health that you get here will let On survive 1 Flaming Palm, which is the most important thing.
For sure, and he can also survive a potential Lamb dive too, right? Maybe not survive, but really waste a lot of his time while he's doing that. We were just mentioning why Hou-Yi was so strong, right? He's one of those marksmen that's always going to get value. In a game with a super fed Lamb like this one, you're going to want a marksman that's going to have some value even if it goes down, because it's not going to be easy to survive.
Oh yeah. It was a very close game. Nike was doing a good job getting into the back line, but OG was doing their thing, just reacting against them. But take a look at the gold lead. One thing that's the reason why they did not lose is because OG has the gold lead the whole game. There was only, you can see a pixel here in the late game in where Twisted Minds got a bit.
Yeah, they had that momentum shift there, and usually it's very hard to go ahead and come back from those there, right? But Dao anchoring all the fights, had a little bit of a rough early game, as you mentioned. Not the best matchup against the Lamb, right? I think he went down once because of, you know, some shenanigans the Lamb pulled on him there in the early game.
Yeah.
But he was able to go ahead and focus down all these objectives. Every single time an objective come up, he was there. Here we go. I mean, some shenanigans that Nightly pulled on him as he pushed him into the heart of the side of Twisted Minds. That was the only time he went down. Every other time he went up, he ripped down the objective when it was up, and he did his job as a jungler.
Yeah, bro, I can say is that OG has been so clean on team fights, right? Even if Nighty is here, Nighty making a night and day difference. Not a pun, by the way, but he's making a big difference in the fights. But OG is just better in the team fights. Look at how they tackle the team fights. Even if they get pincered, they're not afraid of taking, or at least spacing out, then reset the fight. Like what they did here, This was so good.
For sure. I would also like to say that when they do burst out targets and take people out, it's someone like Wen or On. And it's not that these guys don't have impact. It's like this game in particular, Keke is holding all the gold, right? He has 10,000 gold. You need to remove Keke from the fight. Once you expend cooldowns on Wen or On, it leaves Keke free reign here to do the stuff that he's been doing. And look at that beautiful CC chain here from Keke on 1 HP. Clutched it up there. That could have easily went south there if they did not commit for that play.
That's the only time he popped the Pure Sky. That's why he survived that fight. That's why he survived clean, because he popped the Pure Sky. But yeah, that's just me nerding out, everybody. But before everything else, before we go to game number 2, we're just going to take a short break.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
And we're back in the grand finals, everybody. Game number 2 is underway. We're still just waiting for the players, but OG versus Twisted Minds. It was a close game, but one fight just turned it all. We're still going to be your shoutcasters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil. But what do you think about game number 3, Phil?
Game number 2 honestly can go either way. OG did win the game, right? But it was not in dominating fashion, right? I know it's weird to say OG winning a game not in dominating fashion, but they were really struggling that game. Clean was up 3 levels, up 3,000 gold on Dao Dao. And as you're mentioning, it's not often you see Dao Dao play from the back foot, play from behind here, but they were able to execute a perfect, beautifully orchestrated team fight to go ahead and get that win. Before then, these teams were neck and neck.
Yeah, it was close, and we're still waiting for the draft. I think everybody right here are already starting the draft, and we're waiting on what they're going to be picking. What else are they going to be doing? Nike has been a very good catalyst for the team here to activate, but wasn't enough against OG, the Kings currently of the Major West. They have been dominating the survival, the even ranking week. but it was the same vein that they did during last season. So Twisted Minds, we should still not count them out.
For sure. I would say outside of the final team fight, they were right there along with OG, if not ahead at some of the times here on their carries, right? I wouldn't say they should switch up their strategy, really. That game honestly could have went either way. If they won that final team fight, they would have won as well, too. It just came down to just the execution at the end of the day here. And, speaking of execution, Mai is going to be locked in here for side of Twisted Mind, and that's going to require a lot of execution. But this is going to be one of Highline's favorite picks here, though, so it's not going to be an issue.
Pay, there you go.
Yes, sir. There we
Byron
go.
Pay, the classic, the combo that you use whenever you go in the second game and you're on the red side. Pick the Pay Byron, and you're gonna be okay. And that's what they want to do: dominate the early game, take out a. The only problem that they're gonna have is that My Shiranui is good in the early game, could go for the rotation if they try to go for an invade. So they need to have somebody stable in the mid lane that could neutralize the My Shiranui.
For sure. And the Byron Pay, everyone knows that combo now, but who brought it to the West? It was OG. They popularized the Byron K combo in the original, in the prior KMW, and they set the pace, right? Every other team before them never really knew about the Pay there until OG came up here and made everyone started playing Pay. So let's see how the OGs here, the OGs on Byron Pay, go ahead and pilot it here.
Yeah, I want to know how they do it. How they do it. How did they start it in the West? And now Long is going to get picked up here by On. They need to find it. I think it's really scary too. What's scary about this is they have an Agudo that could match the pace of the Pay. And the mid and clash lane on a Magin and Mai, as I call her, them rather, is Eminem. The Eminem combo. Yeah, they're very good at dominating at least the early game.
Absolutely, a very explosive early game from both sides. And looking at just the draft there, OG is definitely not pulling any punches in this game at all. They want that momentum. They got the game 1 win, and they're drafting like game 2 is the final one here, picking everyone's signature heroes, right? The Byron, the Pay, the Long, and they got 2 more up and coming here. Potentially gonna go something like the Lady Jen maybe against the Mai, or potentially the Yuan, right? If it's not banned out, some great matchups against the Mai here for when they're going ahead and giving this second game all they got.
Yeah, one thing that I can see, I think the Lady Zun is really good against the Mai, or even the Ganenmo. You know what? Ganenmo could be an option. Ganenmo mods is still on the table that they could use here for One and Muchen.
For sure, a lot of combos are left onto the table here, but wait, hold on a second. I see a combo that is devastating. That is another one. Okay,
there you go.
Twisted Mind saw it as well too.
Nice.
I was like, hold on a second. They popularized Pay and Byron. What's the other one again? Oh yeah, Liang, Princess Frost. Who are the 2 people that need picks here on the OG? Oh, Muchen and Wen. I thought that was gonna slip through for a sec, and that would have been disastrous for the side of Twisted Minds.
Good catch. That is a better catch right there for the team. What would OG pick? Do they pick defensive because they have 3 offensive picks already on this first 3? They could go for the Lady Zun, as you said, because they could counter it out. But the Leon Poe, just to have more vision on the side of Twisted Minds whenever they're walking on brushes.
That's a lot of early game power they're looking at. If Liang Po opts to go ahead and join Pei and Byron in the adventures in the Clash lane, look what you're staring down here, right? Pei, Byron, Liang Po, not many heroes can go ahead and survive that combination. And Marco Polo is not one I would think of to survive that combination as well too, right? The relatively mid-range nature of Marco Polo is going to put himself in a good amount of danger against that composition. Does he opt to go ahead and go it though? Maybe it's because the true damage, there's a lot of shielding on the side of OG so far, the Liang Po, the Pei, and the Byron. Maybe they want the Marco Polo to, you know, cut through all that. Wow. Here we go.
Ooh.
Yaria Marco Polo.
What? We see this here? Oh man, this is something that I only see in the East. And now I see it here from Twisted Minds. This is the first time that they pulled this out for this season. The Marco Polo Yaria, seeing it here, and also the first time the Twisted Minds also pulled it out. But we forgot about Milady.
They're cooking. Cooking. This is one of Wen's favorite picks here, and if he gets the opportunity to play against a Mai, which Milady has an amazing matchup against the Mai too, he is gonna bust it out. Wow, Is this the Kings Major West League Grand Finals, guys? Best of 7? Or is it
Man.
peak tournament? Because look at this. We have Marco Polo Yaria versus Milady. It does not get better than this.
Oh man, if you want to know everybody why, the reason why the Milady is good is against the Mai Shiranui is not because she doesn't win the 1v1. She wins by her presence. Because if she's alive, if she's somewhere, Mai Shiranui has to be there. Because if not, the lane is gonna get pushed. And that's the reason why Milady is a good counter to Mai.
Absolutely. And later in the game, during these team fights, Milady is going to have all her minions laced with anti-heal, slow, burns.
Yeah.
And as a Mai, you're a melee mid lane. You're eventually going to have to go in and get a combo off on the enemy. And while that's happening, those robots are going to be chipping away at you, applying all of these debuffs. And Milady is just generally an amazing anti-melee hero. And when you pick an extra melee on your team in a melee in the mid lane, it's going to just give her more targets.
Yeah, give her an option to not let Mai Shiranui roam really fast because her wave clear is also very strong. So that's the reason why this is going to be a challenge. Twisted Minds does have a lot of pickup potential, has a lot of carrying potential with the Marco Polo Yaria, which is the first time we've seen from Twisted Minds. And OG just going with a classic. They have the Pay Byron, they have good invade power, and now game number 2 is underway. Everybody, OG versus Twisted Minds. Who do you got? Drop it in the comment sections.
If you want to go ahead and get an everything box as well here, there's a code on screen and action has started already. I gotta say, composition wise, I really like OG's composition. I gotta give them the edge here. It is so well rounded. It is good at what it wants to do, and it is good at not allowing the enemies to do what they want to do here. But let's see how Twisted Minds navigates the Yaria Marco Polo. They opt for the lane swap to try and put Keke behind.
Yeah, good denial here for Kaka on the top side, because what they want to do is deny him any space. And what I like about this is that Marco Polo Yaria is also very good at moving around. He has the dash, he could move from lane to lane, and not letting Kaka, or at least not fighting against the Lung, is already good, because you're in a range disadvantage if you fight them there.
For sure here. And I gotta say, Keke's been doing very well, right? He shoved away, he was able to secure his own monsters as well. When coming up here with some aid on the Milady to try and get that space right, it is now a 2v2. And they have to be very careful on the side of Twisted Minds, right? Marco Polo early game.
Wow.
Ooh.
So scary.
Nightly outputting a lot of damage onto On there, but it's okay. On goes and backs up and heals it back up here. He has Muchin here ready though.
Does he have stacks though? That's the question. I think he doesn't really have a lot of stacks now. He has to just run away. And now just got the bullying back against them. Very early in the game, it's not going to be an invade angle, right? Because the Agudo's wave clear is as fast as the Pay. So it's not going to be easy to go for an invade.
Yeah, there's not going to be much stuff left to invade there, right? So Pei is going to have to be more proactive in this game and get his advantage via just outright killing their opponents. And look at that. Pei Byron partnered up together in the clash lane. Marco Polo Yaria, that's a good combo too, but not at this time in the game here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though. I think they need to get the Snowball and Shanks first before they get this. What a good flash in from Kaka. Had to force the Purifier here from Shanks.
If he did not immediately purify there and hesitated just a moment, Dao was in the wing, ready to pounce on him there. But amazing play from Shanks. Immediately purifies into the dash away. And, you know, Keke's flash, it was kind of burnt for not much. Flash for purify is not that much of a trade.
Bot lane is going to be there. Has to force the flash away from On. Dao is here in action. Hailang, 90, even had to flash off. But On also burned his.
For sure. Dao was going all around the map, not really able to make anything happen so far. You know, he's still looking for that angle. He's not behind. It's just that he's not able to find that opening yet, right? Shanks slowly farming up here as well. I'd say Marco Polo is going to be difficult to pilot this game. Look at this composition on the side of OG. They have Keke to disrupt him. They have Wen. They have Muchin. Even Long can go ahead and disrupt him out of his ultimate with the crowd control that he has there. So you're gonna have to find that spot where everyone's kind of not looking at you to go in.
Yep, challenging. Verdant Protector had to be used for ACC to be safe from here. And they didn't really go away from the clash lane, right? They were just here the whole time.
Yeah, they're making sure that Keke gets a good game here because he was one of the pivotal reasons they won last game, right? They don't want Twisted Minds to be able to just force a 2v1 and negate his impact from the game. So they always make sure to give him a lot of pressure. So even though they are 2v1 outside Twisted Minds, they can't really like overextend on Keke, right? Because Wen or Dao could always be in the wing ready to turn it.
5 seconds, Siren. Shanks is not here, so this time it's going to be a free take for Dao. Level 8 already, so he has the level advantage. So that's just going to be easy. Also, couple it with a Milady. This is going to be an easy take for them. That's going to be a take for them. They have the course mobilization, force splash out of 1. And now onto the backline, they go with Highland, but they're not going to be hitting their targets. But here it comes, Saidi. He's just going to push back on. Well, was able to get the first blood anyway. Dao is running for his life. And it's still good because they got the first blood.
Dao on the back there, taking out Highlang. He was focused on running away from the side of his team on the top side. Forgot Dao was on the bottom there.
Yeah, look at the zone here from Kaka. Not taking a lot of damage. He's so tanky. Goes in for the flash. Will he hit them? Wow, he's taking a fight against 2 people.
Creating so much space here, and it's at the perfect time to when that Crimson goes
up. Comes in. Kaka has to back off. He's not going to survive that though. Doesn't have the ult. Muchen has to flash away, now equalizes it with a 1-for-1.
They actually ended up not getting that Crimson Gold in there. Too clean smites it away, but it was great initiative on the side of OG, right? Choosing to force a fight with that Tyrant buff right when the Crimson Gold spawns outside of Twisted Mind. Execution was could have been a little bit better there at the end, as Twisted Minds did end up getting a kill and securing the Crimson buff though. But the idea was there. You can see how OG goes ahead and ticks, right? They know what they're gonna do before it even happens. They plan it in the future. We're gonna take the Tyrant, slow push into their jungle, force a fight there.
Yeah, you can see how tanky Kaka is, right? Because that's the good thing about this, especially when you pick up the Byron. You have like a second tank for the team. You have Muchen, then you have Kaka. Whenever he pops the Force Field Suppression, he becomes a big tank and also steals a lot of move speed from the enemy team.
And he has the initiation potential too to catch the side of Twisted Minds off guard. Once he has that energy built up, he's able to use that skill to flash in, knock him up. We've seen him use it a little bit so far this game. Not much came of it yet, but later on, those are going to be pivotal.
Big item pickup though. Venomous Staff already built by 1. So with this Venomous Staff, not a lot of healing is going to be seen here from the side of Twisted Minds, and that's good. Right now, they're looking at not really a big gold advantages there. Kaka being targeted. As I said, the Force Field Suppression gives him so much shield that he's not going to get killed easily. Fever's Barrage goes in, but no kills happen.
No kills happen indeed. I'm already seeing that this game is going to have some really long, drawn-out fights, right? You see there, full-on 3v3, 4v4, and no one really went down because both sides are relatively durable. That is where this Milady pick is going to come in here. Having that anti-heal, the burns, that later on the slows in these drawn-out fights is going to be pivotal. KK, once again, trying to make some plays here. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, he's just tanking up a lot of damage. Muchen is here. Has to flash away, and that's going to be trapping 2 people. Make that 3. ACC is also on the chopping block. He's going to be next. Delete him out of the board. Now Shanks is going to be chased down. He has some dashes to get used. Even a Fevered Barrage, but Dao from downtown goes in. Gets 3 kills for the team.
There we go. Dao has absolutely been rolling this game here now. He's level 12 to Clean's level 10. He did not enjoy last game, you know, where he was down 2 levels. This game, he's flipping the script on them. And if he could win while being down 3,000 gold, I'm worried for Twisted Minds what he could do when he's up it.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. Highlang, because of the counter that we've seen from 1, you can see the pressure out of the Milady, right? The pushes that they can do. We're still at 7 minutes in the game and we already have 4 towers down. And this is the Milady effect that we're seeing here, everyone.
And he's just been helping out his team, right? This is full damage Milady here so far at this point in the game with the Venomous Staff there. He does so much damage. Those skill ones are very easy to land. You sometimes ignore them in a team fight too. You know, you see the playing 5, I can't really do much about it, but it really adds up. You're gonna see that Wen does a lot of damage in this game overall.
The robots are so annoying. Look at them. They can't even clear that. They don't have the wave clear to clear the robots. That's why they're having such a hard time defending their towers.
On top of that as well too, their objective presence is so high. The Milady robots are not affected by something like the Primal Bond, so they could potentially go and get this Overlord here even with that Primal Bond up, and it looks like that's potentially what they're going to do here. maybe know when ops to go ahead and play around that bush. And so far, Twisted Mind kind of getting trapped in their base here. We see this is usually a bad sign for teams. When we see them in that position there where they're trapped in their tier 1 side, it's all downhill from there usually.
Very low kill game, right? But you can see the pressure. 5k gold lead on 4 kill, or rather 3 kill advantage in this game. And that just shows how they're doing. It's just objective. Highline's gonna get chased down onto the backline. What a flash from Kaka! And they're gonna go and clean up the back. The rear guard has been breached, and there's nobody here to help them out. OG gonna go to the high ground, and they are destroying the towers one by one, and they're looking to go for the finish. Dropkick is gonna hit the tank. It's not gonna deal a lot of damage. OG is looking for the finish here. They're looking for the wave clear. Shank still has the fever barrage, but the tower, the crystal is gonna go down, and they are gonna take game number 2.
Once again, OG wins a decisive team fight, and we have one of the best heroes to siege. Last game, they won a team fight, right? They have the Gudo to go ahead and take down all the towers. This game, even better, right? They win a team fight, they have the Milady. One of the worst things that can happen here, guys. If you lose a team fight against Milady in the early game, she summons all those robots, she's there, tank up all the tower shots, and allows everyone on the side of OG to go ahead and breach the base that is Twisted Minds here. And they are not happy with that. Two games in a row, and they are soul crushed.
That's a gloomy look when you saw Twisted Minds when the camera panned on them. That is not good. They need to reset. They need to find a way to win this. Remember, that last pick was the bane of their existence. The Milady pick, remember, they have Mayane, they have the Mai, they have the Marco Polo, they don't even have good wave clear, which is why the Milady was such an annoying pick. And also, remember the patch in where the robots combine? That made it more annoying.
Oh, for sure. They just had no way of really dealing with the Milady. They had no divers to go ahead and take her out. They had maybe potentially the Mayine, but Milady is relatively durable. If that game gone a little bit longer here, they're going to end up going a Splendor. They're going to summon all these robots and be so frustrating. And let's talk about the Marco Polo Yari pick as well, too. Now, that combo, it has worked before. It's a peak tournament staple, right? You see a Marco Polo here in GM, your support almost always locks in the Yaria. But in a tournament format, you know, like this here, I have to say that was not the best spot to pick that up, right? Look at the side of OG. They have the Byron, they have the Pei, they have the Liang Po. Sure, Marco Polo is going to be able to do the true damage and help cut through some of the shields on the side of OG, but you have so many interruptions. You don't want to jump into Liang Po. You don't want to jump into a Pei or Byron, right? And then Milady robots are littered all around the floor there. I think there could have been a better spot to find the Marco Polo instead of such a challenging game like this one.
I was kind of looking at something else, maybe somebody a bit more stable on the side of Twisted Minds. I will be happy if they pick up a Demon Jia here for Twisted Minds. That could have been better, but I see the idea that Twisted Minds is going for here. They want to go for dive, so what is a marksman that can dive? It's a Marco Polo, yes, but in this game alone, it was hard. It was hard for him to do anything.
So they were trying to fight fire with fire, but as we see from the results here, Twisted Minds here, OG burns a lot hotter here into this game here.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard for them, but still nice effort, nice try for Twisted Minds. OG are just one step ahead every time. That drafting was a checkmate. That Milady pick was a checkmate on Twisted Minds, and that's why it was so hard for them to play this game.
Absolutely, and we were really gassing up Twisted Minds, right? They were 6-0 before this, and OG is making light work of them. Game 1 was extremely close, I would say, right? It came down to just whoever wins that team fight. But Game 2, a different story. I don't think it was close throughout this game here. Twisted Minds was just on average. Ever since the first Tempest Dragon that gone over to Dao Dao, they were just slowly bleeding up until the end. That was pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, and you can see MVP of this game, definitely well-deserved. Dao Dao 6-0. What is that perfect KDA for this man? And 24% damage because they didn't really have a lot of fights, right? Which is why you don't see a lot of damage here from Dao Dao, but they still got a lot of kills anyway.
Dao Dao's like Thanos. He collects MVP like Infinity Stones. He's going to try and go ahead and get as much as possible in this.
He can only get 4.
Hey, they might try. They might try to get some more. You never know. Right? He's gonna finish half the gauntlet at least here by the end of this potentially here.
I think that's good.
Keke is always gonna be there to fight him for it, right? Keke, you know, trying to stop Thanos from completing all the stones there. But look at this. Look at that mobility from Pei, being able to bounce through the wall there, catching Marco Polo. It's not like Marco Polo is a slow marksman. He has 2 dashes. He committed his ultimate to jump the wall there. It was still not enough. Dao was able to just bounce off the wall and just clean them up.
Yeah, they had no choice here. What a good choice. Good checkmate from OG. 2-0, still not over. We still can have something here for Twisted Minds. But before we go to Game 3, everybody, we're just going to take a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
And we have seen OG win another game 2-0 right now on a very dominating fashion, having the Milady in their draft that last game. But again, we're still going to be your casters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Phil. And Phil, game 3, do you think it's a 3-0? Or do you think there's a possibility that Twisted Minds win this?
OG is on what the kids call a heater at the moment. All right, they've been winning nonstop. If you keep counting back to the previous weeks, they're probably like 10 or 11 matches in a row right now. They have not tasted defeat in a while, and it looks like they are not tasting it anytime soon. Right? Look at that game 2 draft there. Amazing draft, super strong, and once again, like in standard OG fashion, as the set goes on, it feels like they get stronger and stronger. Game 1, relatively even for both sides here, you know? We saw Dao struggling a lot in the early game versus Clean there, and it was still anyone's game coming down to the final team fight. Game 2, a lot more clear. It's decided on the side of OG. Twisted Minds really need to switch things up right now and get themselves on the board and stop OG's momentum.
Team has been good. OG has been great. And ever since the start of the season, they have been flawless. They have been perfect so far. And they haven't dropped a single match again. So whatever happens here, whoever wins goes to KIC in the Philippines, and whoever loses still has a chance at least, which is good. They can still go for last chance.
Of course, and yeah, last chance is going to be a battle as well too. They're going to be battling between 3 teams. Either of these teams here that are going to go to last chance are strong competitors for sure. Twisted Minds removing the Luna, removing the Liang. We were talking a little bit about it on break here, but the Liang is kind of like an auto win pickup for the side of OG, right? Same with the Luna. Those picks need to be removed. Dao just does not lose on Luna, and Muchin does not lose on Liang. So those 2 picks are kind of set in stone for the side of Twisted Minds as bans going forward.
You can see the respect, right, on Shanks, on his Arlie. And that's why we're not going to see that in this series for sure. We're not going to see the Arlie, everyone. That is going to be banned every game because they don't want to see Shanks picking that up.
Unless we go to Ultimate Battle, yeah, very rarely do you see the Arlie go ahead and come out. It's just too dangerous, right? The teams, though, they don't want that pressure, that weapon there on the battlefield. But if it's going the way it's been going there's not going to be an Ultimate Battle. Twisted Mind needs to switch things up here. They pick up the Zhang Fei, but they don't have the Yi Jing anymore. In game 1, they already expended the Yi Jing. So that combo is off of the table there.
What a good deny, though. Usually, whenever Zhang Fei gets picked by Twisted Minds, you usually expect the Demon Jet get picked up, and then they deny it this time around, and OG picks up the Demon Jet themselves. But Twisted Minds, Pei is open, Lady Tun is there. They can ban the Byron here for OG once they go for the second phase.
For sure. OG have already used that Byron, but they're gonna opt to pick their Guan Yu now here. But OG, as you were mentioning, could potentially ban the Byron on the side of Twisted Mind. They already have their 3 picks. They haven't picked it up yet, and it's gonna be a tough act to follow here on Dao Dao's Pei last game, because he absolutely decimated the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and now Twisted Minds has to do that in the same fashion, in the same vein, especially against the Ogren. It's possible because Ogren doesn't have the fast clear as a Pei would have. So maybe there is a gap there that Twisted Minds can exploit.
For sure there. Now Twisted Mind is going to be targeting down Wen once again. We're seeing that Wen is oftentimes the last pick on the side of OG, right? He can kind of play anything, whatever the team needs here. So he allows his team to get the priority picks, and then he'll lock in the, Milady, the Kong Ming. So far, he's been doing amazing work with these, not really known as top tier picks, right? And it looks like this game, they're removing the Mai. They're not letting him get it going forward.
So interesting that they banned the Fati, not the Byron, right? Because they kind of want 90 to pick up the Byron Pei here. So they know how to answer it. So they're kind of expecting this. So that's what I want to see here. Good catch and Twisted Minds to ban the Motsu, because this is a potential Ganenmo angle. There you go.
Here we go. Ganenmo is hovered currently. They don't have the Motsu to combo with it, but just stand alone, it's decent as well too. It has light synergy with the likes of the Renji, maybe able to hold someone down for him there. But Wen is probably going to be playing more of a poke style Ganenmo this game here, right? And trying to soften up the side of Twisted Minds. We see Charlotte and Flowborn Marksman being considered here so far. So that's a lot of split pushing potential. A pretty classic matchup to the Charlotte versus Guan Yu. Charlotte wants to stay in lane. Guan Yu wants to go ahead and run away. Uh-oh, here we go.
Uh-oh!
That's locked in. That's locked in. Muchin says, you're going to take away my Liang? Fine. All right? I don't need the suppression from Liang. I'll just get the suppression from Da Huang, which honestly could really work out against the Pei if he grabs him in the fight.
Let's get the melee suppression, not the long-range one. At least we still have suppression, right? So that's what they want here for OG. They got something. Whoever gets suppressed, definitely dead, because Wen is just going to hit them with a couple blades. So whoever gets suppressed has to be careful here for the team. But Twisted Minds, Charlotte, 90 is targeted here. And with that Dongwang pick, it might be hard to play the Charlotte in this game.
Absolutely. And then the Lady Jen is a pick that's known for being able to output so much damage. That might go actually to hurt them here, right? Once Da Huang gets that ultimate on you, if he happens to be inside of, your destructive deluge here, you're going to be killing him and whoever he's going and setting that binding with as well too. So as you mentioned here, in the mid to late game, no one is really going to survive that binding.
Yeah, right now it's going to be scary for the team. It all comes down to also how one plays this, because he's going to be the carry for the team here. And on the other hand, the Flowborn Marksman that we've seen from the 9Z Globant versus Twisted Minds series is brought out, so Shanks could be pretty scary in this game.
I really like OG's drafts, all of them so far, right? They have pretty solid picks, 3 good core picks, and then every now and then they have that wild card, right? This game they had the Da Huang, last game they had the Milady, the game prior they had the Kong Ming. It's like you show up to work in a suit and tie, but you have like duckies on your tie, right? That's how their compositions are looking here, and let's see if they're able to make it work here once again.
Game number 3, everybody. OG versus Twisted Minds. And they are looking really sharp here. Twisted Minds are looking to get a counter attack here against OG.
Is OG going to go ahead and invade with the Da Huang here? He's known for having one of the most disruptive early games, being able to solo out a lot of junglers here. And it looks like everyone on the side of Twisted Minds is opting to just play defense here, trying to help out the pay, clear his bus. But here it is. This is the disruption we were talking about coming out from Da Huang, being able to solo out their Zhur Golem. He has Wen to also support him. Can Pei make it in time? He can make it in time, but he does not have the smite potentially.
Oh! Was able to get it though. That is going to be good. First blood on their side though. OG now trapped. And that is a punishment from Twisted Minds right here, right now. Double kill comes in to clean.
Wait, that was so clutch what Twisted Mind did. While Zhang Fei was leashing the Pei, he used his smite, allowed Pei to save his smite here because they know that they're going to pull some shenanigans in the early game, and Clean was able to come by and smite it down. This is one of the times where having double smites has already paid off in the ultra early game.
So helpful, especially for them. Right now, even with the invades that happened a while ago, still very good. Delayed a bit of Clean's rotation because it's going to be awkward. The jungle camps are going to be awkward now because they went to the Azure buff first. So he has to clear it on, he's going to go to the bot side and he has to clear some on the top side. So that's going to be the case here on their jungle camps.
While they had some casualties, they didn't lose anything on their side, right? Dada was just able to safely farm up while everyone was just, messing around in Clean's Azure buff there. So nothing really lost on their side. They did get 2 KOs taken down, so Twisted Minds is up to an early lead. But farm-wise, not too bad for the side of OG.
Yeah, it's still going to be okay. Still not bad for what happened, but I love the Twisted Minds now has the advantage in this game. On still has the flash. So he saw Clean in the bot side, so that gave them a signal to just clear out the mid side.
I am giddy waiting for Da Huang to get this ultimate and for them to go ahead and make plays with it, right? One of the least played roams here. This is probably the only time it's been played in this tournament here, at least, right? We've seen it being experimented with a little bit in the past.
Oh,
look at
what
this.
A good stun, though, and On was able to move forward. ACC. Even with Unbridled Outburst, he can just use legal immunity to just get away from it.
Yeah, I'm surprised they had enough firepower to take down that lane 2v2. Once Zhang Fei gets that ultimate, usually they win most 2v2s, but they're able to sneak a kill onto Shanks there, even before Muchin gets his ultimate.
Yeah, one good thing about the D.Va and he can take out any stun, and Zhang Fei only has 1, so it's gonna be an easy take for him here. I think Twisted Minds is. Whew, they're gonna stripe it, but they're not gonna take it, right? They're gonna be able to steal it. Never mind, smited.
ACC smites it. And Muchin was thinking about grabbing the Zhang Fei there. You saw he was thinking about it. He's like, hey guys, you guys ready here? But the thing about the Da Huang there is that if you do lock onto a target and you drop a lot of damage on it, you're gonna have to trade your life away for that too, right? It's not like the Liang where it's only the suppression. You guys are binding yourselves together to Da Huang ultimate. So whenever Da Huang takes damage, his target takes damage, and whenever his target takes damage, he takes damage as well.
Pretty scary stuff. Gonna go for the chase. Had the flash in, wasn't able to get it, and here it comes the delivery from Kaka to get Clean, and that's a revenge kill for their side. Now they want to go for 90. 10 seconds on the objective. Clean is not gonna be up any earlier, so that's good for them.
You can see the bloodlust in Muchin, right? He flashed over there, was not quite enough, but Clean wasn't able to run too far afterwards there, being able to lock him down there, and that's going to be a sign of things to come, I think, right? A lot of fights throughout this game, if Muchin has ultimate, they're going to go ahead and grab that peg.
Yeah, not even need to use the smite there. Freshly Forged is enough to just secure the objective for themselves. And because it's off-timed on the respawn of Clean, it actually is helpful that they got the Tyrant there.
For sure. Keke's just been kind of chilling this game, right? He's against the Charlotte, just farming here. Everything's been happening around him. He has not really arrived yet 4 minutes in, but later on, he's definitely going to join around the map and help out. This has definitely been Muchin's game. He's been roaming all around the map. He has those boots of deftness to be around the map as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And it's going to be so fast, right? Yeah, he's not going to be taking this kill for now, but from what we've seen, you can see that On still has the advantage. Look at that! Gets the hit, doesn't have the coupled blades, one doesn't have mana.
When just barely missed those blades there. Even if he landed those blades, Muchin was for sure going to go down because they have that shared damage, right? But for sure, Knightley would have went down, but he just barely overshot it a bit there, and he was able to get away.
Kaka had to really back off from there. He had some mana from that fight. That could have been a kill for this side, though. But Twisted Minds are doing a good job reacting. Even with a Tyrant on OG, they weren't able to do anything with it.
There's going to be a little bit of a clash here when it comes to farm between Wen and Dao Dao, right? Ganamo, not one of those mid laners that love giving away their farm. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
hold on.
Bridal Outburst
comes out.
Yep. Very early, had the stun, but no damage from OG. They have to back off. They need Wen in this fight, but he isn't here. So they have to back off. They have to retreat. Respect Twisted Minds at their own game.
I'm surprised nothing really came of that there, right? I guess the side of OG didn't really want to commit into the fight there. On is just able to just defuse the situation with that legal immunity. Blades coming out, dropping a lot of damage on the high line here. Muchin has ultimate again and flash, so he's ready to go ahead and make plays here around the map once again.
One couple blades and one freshly forged could definitely kill Hailang here if ever one hits again on the sweet spot. But for now, Twisted Minds are still on a standstill. Neutral on the gold, so this is good.
It's so dangerous for the side of Twisted Minds clean here, right? Muchin is always lurking in a bush somewhere, waiting for the second he shows himself to go ahead and flash forward and grab him with that forbidden contract. Keke, once again, just chilling out top, farming up, right? Is not the team fighting phase of the game yet, so he's just kind of biding his time. The Charlotte has a good amount of momentum on him and actually opts to take down the tower with Pei's help. And it looks like Twisted Minds is starting to go ahead and break ahead in gold.
Yep. Unbridled Outburst had to flash. They do have Dao at the back. They're starting to overload right now. Forbidden contract has been used. ACC was the target. But do they get the kill? They're going for the chase. Kaka going to the back line. Shanks is his target. Does he get the kill? He misses. That's not good. Right now he goes for the chase down. Double kill already onto Dao. They got a 2-for-1, and that's good enough.
Dao is just so strong right here. Who is there to kill Dao? Thanks does not have the itemization in this time in the game here. In the mid game here, Dao is just able to be so tanky. The Pei is up in levels, but look at the itemization coming out from Dao here. Ominous premonition first item with that giant script. He's so durable that the Pei is going to have a really tough time of cutting through him, especially with the threat of the forbidden contract always looming around the corner.
Yeah. And it's so hard, right? Because even Charlotte can't even go forward because the forbidden contract is always there. Like the threat of it is always there and you can get killed anytime. Which is why it's kind of definitely hard for Twisted Minds right now to find that opening to start the fight.
That's the downside of running melee carries, right? Especially against the Da Huang. It's just so tough to find an angle to go in. If they do go in, though, they need to get in there at the same time. Both Clean and Knightley, so that one of them at least gets to play the game.
Yeah. Right now, mid lane still open, still not killed. Tyrant will be taken by OG here. Still equal when it comes to the gold. Forbidden contract is going to be there. And the freshly forged gets the kill on him. But at least Muchen got killed too.
Yeah, that's the downside of the Dahua compared to the Liang, right?
Oh, no, that's
when
not
you
good,
are
though.
able to one-shot his target. Speaking of
Clean
one-shots,
is going to get chased down, though. This
Clean.
is good. Yeah, this is going to be a good chase down, though. One heroic charge in, he's dead. The tower in the mid lane was open because of it. Still not enough damage from Shanks. Still waiting for that third item for him to get damage.
Clean is not quite able to keep up with the pace that we've seen from Dao last game on the Pei, right? At this point, 9 minutes in, the game was basically cracked open by OG already. But right now, Dao is he's not ahead. He's 3-0. He's down about 1,000 gold against the Pei. But if he was on the Pei like his last game, it would have been over. Right?
Nice, actually. Not able to get it, though. Still went forward to the side of OG, even with the smite from ACC. You can see that Tome already built by Win, so his damage is gonna go crazy here. So whoever gets hit has to be scared. Once he builds his Savant's Rod, you have to be very scared because you can get one shot by your first Reforge.
Absolutely here. And it's interesting, the Auburn actually respects the Lady Gen damage so much that he goes the magic resist boost for tenacity, but also the Succubus Cloak. The only person that does magic damage on Snap Twisted Minds is Highlang. So that item is specifically just to counter him alone.
Yeah, just so he could walk through the Disruptive Deluge, right? That's why he built that, because he needs the extra magic shield in order for him to move forward. Now Dowdo in position here with a Path of Passing, not even caring about the presence of Twisted Minds here, because Tyrant is just going to be taken for free. He has the space though. He can slow down Shanks and push them away, because they can't fight this. And on the bot, look at the top side though. Look at the position right here of Kaka. He's looking for the Overlord take that Twisted Minds is doing here. And he's going to be trapped for sure. Damage going to be there. Goes to the back line. And he's able to run away even after all of that.
He was able to stop Twisted Minds' Overlord trade, right? They know they're doing counter there, so they have to go ahead and trade. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, nice Unbridled Outburst. Just denies Muchin. Even using the Flash and the Howl to just get close to Shanks.
She's just set up in the jungle of Twisted Minds here. Again, this is how it begins. Once they control your jungle, they're gonna slowly accumulate up that gold lead, right? Keke being able to, going back to the previous point, Keke being able to stop that Overlord trade is so impressive. He was the only one there up against 4 members of Twisted Minds. Not only did he stop them from doing the objective, he got away unscathed.
Okay, I thought Nairi is gonna, I thought An is gonna be dead there. A 1v1 against the Demon Jit and the Charlotte is not going to be a fun time for the Demon Jit. So right now they're going to go for the push on the top side. Daybreaker built for Shanks. So now his damage is going to be scary. If he gets on the range of Wen could be dead. Clean, getting chased down, slowed down, not tough, not able to move. And that's a kill again for OG.
OG just has so much momentum here. It's getting really rough here for Suicide Twisted Minds. They're not able to find any weakness in OG. They've already lost 2 matches here, and they lose this one, it's gonna be match point. But they have not figured it out still. OG is still dominating.
So hard. Twisted Minds, look at how they struggle. Right now, they're having a hard time doing anything. Even against An, 1 marksman on the top lane. They can't even fight him.
For sure, and they always have to worry about the looming threat that is the Hao Da Huang. They're able to just speed in and make a contract of anyone and just take them out. But there's the first high ground going down at 12 minutes. I have to say, that is a bit of achievement, though, compared to the last game. Last game was over already. Twisted Minds is holding out stronger now, but are they able to scale up and drag the game long enough to something like the Tempest here to have a chance?
Overlord's going to be taken here. They don't have any Primal Bond anymore for the side of OG. They could go for this. And on the side of Twisted Minds, they can't even get vision in their own jungle, so this is not a contest for them.
Because Keke is always there getting vision for his team, calling out where the enemies are, as well as holding up a lot of people's time here, right? Allowing the other 4 members of OG to basically just do whatever they please here. They're going to farm the jungle. Ganamo's going to go get blue. They're all doing their different stuff, while look at Keke here, always keeping an eye on the enemies there. And if they see him, if he sees them go past a certain point, he's going to go ahead and pull the trigger.
Yeah, what's crazy about this is that Kucker has presence on the opposite side of the map whenever an objective is getting taken, right? So he's on the opposite side so that they won't try to take the other thing. But here, Kucker has been so effective at doing that that Twisted Minds is so afraid of getting out of their own jungle. And even Shanks here, the damage is there, but not enough to even push An away. An is just gonna take this. That's a tower bot side.
An is melting towers from afar here, and it comes down to vision, right? OG has great vision control this game, so they always know where the enemy's at. They know how to position themselves. Twisted Minds, as you saw there, Knightley could have potentially killed An, but they didn't know what was behind him there, so he opted to go ahead and retreat.
Yep.
They just don't have the information in this game.
True, they can't even. Howl is available. Muchin has the flash too, but they are gonna opt to go for that Tyrant first before they finish this game.
For sure, all 3 high ground towers are down for side Twisted Mind. That is usually the death sentence for a team here. OG gonna play it a little bit slow here, opt to take the Tyrant first, but then next push should be it for the side Twisted Mind, unless they make a miracle happen.
They need to get, really honestly, they need a big miracle here to win Usually, whenever you're at this point, you definitely will lose the game. You need 2 big clashes. If you win 2 big clashes, that's the only time that you win. But the first step is hard. How will you do the first step? The second step is way harder.
Basically, all the towers on the side of OG are up, so they're gonna minimum need to drag this out to Tempest, right? So they need to be able to survive for 5 more minutes, and that is no easy task when you're staring down a team that's up 7,000 gold on you. They have a Howl, a Da Huang to be able to run at you, right? Keke, Dowda, all these super fast characters. Here we go.
Yep.
That is
at the back. They already flashed. They got the hit on the back line. They go. Oh no, Shanks, you have been stunned and taken down from far away. But at the back line, 90 is doing some miracles here for the team, but it's not working out for them. Not enough magic for their side. OG has the dream, has the clouds, and this is game number 3 taken by OG.
OGs, they're making it look easy right now. This is the grand finals. They're making it look like rankings week so far. 3-0 versus Twisted Minds. All the momentum that Twisted Minds had there with this new / old roster bringing Nightly back has been absolutely thwarted into the ground there. Look at that ending. Luchin identifying the only real way we lose this game is if they hit an amazing unbridled outburst on us, right? I'm gonna go ahead and trade my life for the Zhongfei. He trusts that his team can go ahead and win the 4v4, and they very handedly win the 4v4 there. And it is now 3-0 in favor of OG.
Yeah, you can see the difference, right? Whenever the camera pans on the winners and the losers of the game, you can see the gloom. You can see the air around Twisted Minds that they're currently losing mental here in this game. I do hope they pick it back up on game number 4 because it's definitely needed. Match point already for OG. And this is the grand finals. And OG, as you said, they're making it look like ranking week.
For sure. It is a certain type of dread, right? When you know you are 1 loss away from defeat. And on top of that, you're not 1 win away from victory. For Twisted Minds to turn this back around, they need to, from right now, win 3 in a row and then win Ultimate Battle.
That's true.
That is a lot of stamina you need, and that's a lot of mental stability you're going to go ahead and need to be able to try and mount that comeback after just, getting it handed to you 3 games in a row.
That's true. It's so tiring to get like a reverse sweep, right? As much as we want those types of stories, it's hard to do that. It's not usual that you see a win out of that. And OG, even with the Dongwang, the first time that they pulled it out in this tournament, they were able to win it anyway.
Next game, win or lose, I'm very excited to see what OG cooks up, right? What kind of tie are they putting on next time they come into the office? They always have that one hero, right? The Bud thinks he's a part of the team meme, right? With the Da Huang here, along with all these other strong meta picks. What is going to be the one for next game here? And can Twisted Minds go ahead and exploit that and find any bit of footing here? Because it seems like OG is actually, breaking down and dissecting Twisted Minds more and more every single game. Game 1 was the closest. Game 2 was not even close. Game 3 was a pretty similar fashion. Twisted Minds needs to go ahead and adapt fast, because this is match point coming up.
At the middle parts of the game, it was close, right? Until at the 7-minute mark, in the 10-minute mark, they got the objectives here for the side of OG, then it started to go their way. It was so hard to come back from that moment because OG was just slowly taking over the map, and the way they share the gold in the team is just so good. I think Wen gets MVP, right? Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Wen gets MVP so far, so okay. He's, breaking the dynamic. Usually it's Dao and Keke that steals all the MVP. Occasionally there's an On, but it's great to see that Wen is getting some recognition there on the Ganon, and he deserves it. 40% of the team's damage on Ganon. This is the Ganon that everyone wants on their teams when they go ahead and play.
Yeah, 110k damage in the game. And it's also because, just to add though, Mu Chen helped him out to get that damage, because he is the reason why he's hitting those couple plays easy, like this one, right? When he gets the forbidden contract, when he hits, that's it. And that's basically a death sentence for anybody.
And you count the damage he does to Muchin, because he is doing damage to Muchin when he gets the forbidden contract down. He's probably doing like 50-60% of the team's damage, right? He's responsible for a lot of kills, Muchin included.
That's true. I think Muchen is also part of the kill streak that he has here. But again, OG 3-0. Reverse sweep is on the table. It's hard to do. It's hard to reset after losing 3 consecutive games, and the endurance that you need to get there is hard, but it's possible.
It is possible. We've seen Twisted Minds turn back series in the past, right? They were actually down. They weren't 0-3 down, right? But they were down in the series before they made a crucial play and turn it all around. This next match here is going to be their final chance to go ahead and do so against OG, or else they're going to have to be going to the last call.
Yeah, is this going to be the perfect season that they won from the side of OG or no? That is the question. What a nice game that we have seen here for game number 3. It's a 3-0 already, everybody. But before we head into game number 4, we're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Match point already in the grand finals. We've seen OG get a 3-0 last game, and it's theirs. The crown is gonna be theirs. Will Twisted Minds hand them the crown this time? Because honestly, it's looking like it.
It's really rough so far for side of Twisted Minds here. Their new roster, they came in with so much energy, so much momentum, and then they hit a brick wall that was OG in games 1, 2, and 3. Will they hit that fourth brick wall here? We don't know. Look at the side of Twisted Minds here. They're not really sure what to do. They've kind of tried everything, right? They're at the point where they've tried everything and nothing has really stuck here. I did look at some of the drafts here. They do still have something like the Byron available for Nightly that was able to make those miracles happen in the last season. The Dharma is still available too. Oh, not anymore, as it goes to gets immediately banned away. It looks like OG is going ahead and trying to, shore up their final bits of weaknesses against Twisted Minds here with this final draft of bans.
Do they ban the early, or do they let it out and take? They're gonna take the early. they're going to take the early themselves because On could take it.
There's no way Twisted Minds allows the Arlie to go through, right? They rather give anything, but just not that Arlie as it goes and gets removed. Again, if you want to see the Arlie, we gotta go to Ultimate Battle. That's gonna be the only way. OG has first pick here. Diadea is still on the table here. A lot of solid picks still on the table because, as you mentioned, OG, you know, they always kind of flex, you know, a more non-traditional pick into their games here. So that saved them a bit of gas in the tank going into game 4 here.
Idea getting first pick here for OG. Very flexible pick. Could still do a good job even with a lot of the marksmen that we have in the roster. Now, as you said, Arlie's not going to be out. Meister Inui is on the table here for win. So he could actually pick that up. But the Yuhuan Chano, strong first picks here for Twisted Minds. That's good.
Mai is almost assuredly going to be locked in for side of OG here, right? The Twisted Minds has not banned it. They did draft in a way that gives Mai a lot of trouble. The Yuan and the Channel both have very good matchups against the Mai. They're saying, we're going to give you the Mai, but you're going to have to, it's going to be challenging to play potentially here, right? As you see, the Fatih being considered here for the side of Keke. Keke plays a lot of Clash Raiders, but you don't see him on the Fatih too often, right? So he might actually bust it out here for the finals here. We're not too sure yet. They're thinking about the Mai here because they don't pick it now. It's probably going to get banned over. But Dune, oh, maybe they're going to make him ban. No, Doliak is not an option now either. Diadea is picked, right? This is just a raw Dune pick.
Yeah. Dune, Fatih, they're not going to get a lot of things here, but there you go. That's going to be the foods available right here for Twisted Minds. They could go for this on Nighty because against the Fatih, I do believe that the Futsu survives.
Yeah, the Futsu, it's a close match, I would say, right? But if in a pure, flat-out 1v1, the Futsu does have an edge. Will OG and Keke give him that? It is going to be unlikely here. Twisted Mind option now, second wave ban now, the Mai. It's interesting that OG feels like they did not fall for the bait, right? They were baiting to go ahead and give OG the Mai there. They have the Yuan, they have the Channel to counter out already. OG just taking a backseat saying, okay, we'll assess how things go later on, right? We're going to pick some of these heroes here. And I don't think they wanted the Mai anyway, even though it was banned out by side Twisted. We're likely to see when on something a bit more high range here to supplement the Dune being the frontliner there, as well as the Fatih.
Yeah, especially with the Sage's Might for the Futsu. I do think the Lady Dun is going to be good here. Drop the Sage's Might on somebody. You also drop the Destructive Delusion on there so that he doesn't do anything.
I was just about to say the Nua could have been a really strong pick for side of OG to give him that range, but Twisted Minds is way ahead of me here as they go ahead and ban that out. Nua has a very solid matchup against the Futsu as well too, because once he locks you guys in that cage there, Nua is able to, you know, kind of help you cheat in the 1v1 and fire that Annihilation into the Thunderdome there and help you out. But they remove that option as well here too. So now it's going to be interesting what OG opts to go ahead and go for in that mid lane.
Ooh, goes for the Princess Frost. So that is going to be a Princess Frost without the Liang because the Liang has been banned. So it's good at least against the Dune and the Fatih because they need to move forward from the Winter is here. Now they drop the Flowborn Marksman on their side together with the Xiao Tiao. So even without the Arlie, they even picked us out Xiao Tiao. So this is interesting.
Yeah, the Shasha, one of those picks that's been really seeing a resurgence here. To be fair, OG has not many options left there. For the fade, too.
Yeah, that's a good pick now. Because you pick up the Xiao Tiao and you have the fade on the other side. The Meteor Storm is just going to eat up the fade.
For sure here. And once Xiao Xiao gets that Splendor going there, Fade is going to have a really tough time surviving that. I do really like the Princess Frost pick here. I would say the Princess Frost pick is more to, once again, deny Wen, right? They already removed so many mid laners. They know he played so many mid laners already. They went ahead and gone ahead and tried to remove one more. It has some synergy with the Futsu as well, too. It's no Liang, but whoever's trapped there in the Thunderdome against the Futsu there is also going to be having to brave the storm that Princess Frost is going to be summoning up on them.
Yeah, right now OG has a draft, a Bear Dun without the Dolia on their side. But Twisted Minds, I do like that they have a lot of counters here, a lot of counter measures on what OG wants to do. But are the counters enough to get them 1 point here?
I would say draft-wise, 4 games in here, both teams feel like they're a little bit out of steam, right? Looking at the compositions, they are definitely far from top tier. This just goes to show if you go ahead and pull out all of your strongest cards in the beginning, once you get later on into games, you're gonna have drafts like this where we have the Fade, Food Soup, Princess Frost, right, versus the Dune, Nodolia, Xiao Xiao. Very middling drafts on both sides here, so a relatively low power level game.
Yeah, not gonna be as high octane as the other games that we have though. But OG and Twisted Minds looking to go for the finish or looking to get that first ever win. You can see here that both of them are just gonna be doing what they can here in the early game, especially both of their junglers are just gonna be at the stable phase.
ACC playing very aggressive on the Yuan here, already getting Wen down to half. As Muchen, you know, kind of comes in, was on the opposite side there to try and get a catch on the high line. Didn't quite happen here. Channel versus Flowborn Marksman here. And Twisted Minds, they gotta give it all they got right now.
Right now, the top side, 90. Had to force a flash out of Wen. And another flash out of Kaka. Out of that fight, and that's just 2 people on the 2v2.
And Twisted Minds is winning a early game skirmish there, right? That's not something they were used to here against the roster here on OG. But this could spell, you know, the tides of change here. This game's going a little bit differently. Twisted Minds is taking a bit of an early game lead.
Yeah, they're doing a good job at just stalling the fight right here, and with the better farewell, almost getting the kill on Shanks. Force the flash to be used.
And clean here on this Fade too. The first few fights Fade goes in is going to be a real a decider here, right? Fade, one of those heroes that are either feast or famine, so you need to go ahead and get ahead early. Look at this. Fade already has a level advantage on Dao Dao here. Not by much.
Bro, that was another bait. I've seen it on the map, the better farewell. They were waiting for him to just move forward again because he doesn't have any flashes. They knew that they could win the fight.
And there we go. That's OG set up the bait and hook, line, and sinker. Twisted Minds false right here. Now that lead that they had, I was talking about prior, gets erased away as OG are slowly trending ahead.
Yeah, they're doing good job here of OG in winning the lanes, and this is the power of the Diadea, right? She has a lot of kill potential in the early game, which is why she's strongly paired with the Arlie every time because they can both die pretty fast. And now Shanks at half HP didn't even start the fight yet. That was just Arrow Storm used.
Absolutely here. The idea is also solid on their composition because it's easy to set up the Dunes win slash potentially, right? When his combo is also easy for her to go ahead and set up there. That really reliable crowd control is a great reason the idea gets picked so much in the past. And I'm surprised it took into game 4 for it to get picked up.
He'd go for the bait though. Goes in with the knockup. Flash is available for 90, but he's not going to go anywhere here. That's going to be a kill. Nice bait from OG.
Wow, not much Nightly could have done there, right? From out of vision when full combos him there as he goes ahead and gets that ultimate off on Keke. But again, they were not stuck in there with him. He was stuck in there with them there as he gets evaporated, basically. Yeah.
Now they have to look at it. Look at the Vision score here. I think Twisted Minds were doing a good job getting Vision. But for now, with 30 seconds on the clock, Twisted Minds are just clearing up some waves just so they could get ready for this Tyrant.
I think Twisted Minds knows they need this first Tyrant, right? Every other game, OG gets the first Tyrant, and they basically just snowball the game from there. But I say that, but we see Fade trending upwards here. He needs to... That's a great timing there. That shutdown onto Keke there means they have a numbers advantage for this Tyrant. Will they go ahead and take advantage of that as we see Tyrant coming up here in the next few seconds?
Only problem is they don't have the Winters here. They don't have the Sage's Might. They could just push the top side though. So Dao Dao can start this right now. From far away, Clean could still steal this. 100 Sweet Breeze denies them. The push right there. What a good timing.
Okay, here is textbook on how to play jungle for OG here at Dao Dao, right? The first objective comes up, you hit it. Dao Dao has been doing that literally every single game, and it's working so far, right? He was able to burst that out. Oh, speaking of burst out, Nightly getting dropped on the one. Wow, the last enhanced auto left in Keke's salvo there, barely gets the kill.
Good 1v1. And now on the 60 seconds here on the Tyrant, they can use this to their advantage. And you can see it though. Dao Dao moving forward with an Unruly Blade, not even scared. But remember, you can't really steal anything from a Fade at this point because he's just going to be going in and out of the fights. Honey Sweet Breeze gets the knockup. Almost getting the kill on Shanks.
So later on in the games, it's going to be a lot tougher to secure those objectives, as you mentioned, right? He's able to inseal his targets in Jade. Here we go. Here's a target he has spotted already here. Keke at half HP. Clean is looking for him.
He's going to flash for it. Look for the fight. Shanks is going to be dead. What an aggressive play. He knew that he's going to die anyway, so might as well buy some time here. He's going to be dead, yes, but he bought some time.
Keke is the hunter, not the hunted. It looks like he was, caught out of position there, but he actually still picks up a nice 1-for-1 onto Shanks there.
When, again, getting a knockup on the best targets that they can go for. Now they're going to go for the chase down. Highlight trapped under his tower right there, and then they can go for the Jade Mark here in the last one. This is what they're looking for. Clean gets a triple. 1v1 against Dao Dao. Hardened Jade Mark has been used, but not enough damage. That is a 3-4-2 from that last fight.
That is the energy we need from Clean here, right? Nice clean up there. Gets himself a triple kill. Very important in that fight there. Before Highland went ahead and go down, he dropped his ultimate on the wave there, ensuring that OG, even if they win the fight, cannot push their tower there. And that eventually led to, OG not having any minions. The minions kind of played a little bit of a part in that fight there too, when Dao Dao was trying to go toe-to-toe against Clean.
Look at the 6k gold here. 1.5k gold lead for Clean. Just because of those 3 kills, that was very important. Also, he's getting a lot of resources from all over the map, right? Which is why he's getting a lot of this gold. So with this advantage, that's what you want from a Fade.
Yeah, he is really ahead here, and he's going the full damage Fade build. Axe of Torment into Master Sword here. So it's going to be very explosive, the fights he's in. He's going to get one-shotted, but also he's going to be able to have the capacity to delete the enemy team as well. And I think that sort of high-variance, chaotic gameplay could be what Twisted Minds needs to go ahead and get a win off of OG.
He has 2 targets, though. He has 2 targets. Could go for on, could go for whenever he needs to. And when he gets the timing right, Dao Dao on the top side, 90 has to be forced back. Needs to retreat and pump the brakes for the team. But on the bot side, look at the push that's happening there. Clean is just cleaning up the towers. 90 is not even going to be moving. He has been blown up by the side of OG.
Nightly just got the whole kitchen sink thrown at him there, right? Everyone on side of OG just wrapped around there, and they knew he couldn't really get out. He doesn't even commit the flash. He knows he's dead there, and they're just not letting this Futsu get ahead.
Look at that, it's Clean. Got the damage in Muchen already. Kills on the backline. The flash coming in from Kaka. Got there on Shanks. Shanks was able to survive for a bit, but 2 kills already for Clean. And that's already good. They got what they needed. 2 for 1.
This is not looking good for Side Twisted Minds. They were a little bit ahead earlier, but now they're back down to having a 2,000 gold lead, and we have seen this before, right?
Has destroyed a tower.
Every game OG kind of starts to creep away with the lead. They never go ahead and give it back up here. 9 kills to 7 kills, though, a much more bloody game. This might have been the strategy they should have started with at the start, right? Picking these really high attrition characters like the Fade, like the Channel, and the Futsu, and forcing these fights.
Yeah, we can see it, right? The Clean has gold advantage against Dao Dao, but OG's gold has been spread across everybody. But here now, gonna go for the Destined Encounter in front. They're gonna go for 90 again. Scattered onto the backline. Twisted Minds can't do anything. But Clean gonna go for the chase down, looking for On. Goes in for the flash, gets the kill on him. Godlike, 1 for 1.
Twisted Minds showing signs of life here, 10-8 still, though. I would say it's really even here, though. Even though OG is up about 1.5k gold here, Clean does have all of the gold outside Twisted Minds here, and that's who you want the gold to be on here. And if he hits that critical mass, he's going to be able to go ahead and cut through even the likes of Dao Dao. So far, you mentioned he has Wen and On as his targets, and oh, here we go. We got some more targets.
He's going to go for it. For the backline, Bitter Farewell has been used, but the Hearted Jane Bark was able to sign the name of Muchen down. And that's it.
They're starting to find their footing here, Twisted Minds, but is it going to be too little too late? This is the 4th match here.
Yeah, the Frigid Prison, Sage's Might got the kill, 90, not able to get on in the end. They can't even move forward. The Meteor Storm is just forcing them away. That is a good way, a good wall to stop them from accelerating forward.
Nightly is trying to go ahead and get something done this game, but it is just so hard. Wait, okay.
Yep, Kaka gonna be running forward. Sacred Chi Blessing was used though. He wants to go for Shanks. He gets it. but he's still hitting. What?
Red team legendary.
Keke just randomly goes into enemy jungle, 1v4s, and turns it into 1-for-1. Just Keke things, right? I am surprised how that happened. Yeah, he was hitting while he was encased in Jade here. He just used pure willpower to fight through the Jade there to go ahead and take down Shanks.
That's an anime protagonist if I see one, because he was able to use the full will just to get those hits in.
Armor has been activated there for Keke. He did go down, but the fact that he takes out Shanks, that's the second time Shanks, you know, gets the short end of the stick versus Keke here, you know, like
that's
he
true.
must be feeling pretty bullied here. They all surround Keke. He knows he's gonna die, but Keke goes, before I die, Shanks, you're coming with me.
He has been running them down every time. That hardened Jade Mark is going to be clearing the Overlord. ACC getting chased down. Has to force Unending Sorrow. Now they can go for another fight here. The Meteor Storm onto the back. But Wen was taken down pretty easily. Clean shutdown comes in. Kaka, when you need him the most, he will find it. And now they got another knockup coming in. Mu Chen doesn't have anything to help him out. Here it comes the Arrow Storm from the back line. On is fighting forward. Nike's gonna fall down 3 for 3. And they are chasing them over. Mu Chen is gonna fall, but at what cost? A 1-for-1, 1v1 between Hailang and On.
4 for 4. These fights are getting more and more explosive there. Wen had a really good open fight there, but he didn't have something like the Splendor to keep him alive, right? So while he had a great combo on everyone, he had the Meteor Storm in an amazing spot. Faye just gone ahead and swatted him down there and shut down that Meteor Storm from there. But An is able to come here. We didn't see him much this game because he's been farming all game here, and he goes ahead and cleans up that fight. If we ever get a replay of that fight, you're going to see that An was like immune to abilities. He walks in, sidesteps the Futsu skill 1, the skill 2 from Princess Ross comes out, sidesteps that as well too. It's just like he was perfectly maneuvering around everything Twisted Minds was throwing at him.
Yeah, the Arrow of No Return has been really helpful. Hailang doesn't have any flash though, so they have to move forward here. They just might alter the tank, so Dao could he survive this? Winter is here. Everybody's eating that up. And that's why Twisted Minds wins that. Clean goes for the chase down, looking for Kaka at the top side, and this could be possible.
This is definitely a momentum shift here. Clean should easily be able to take down this tier 2 tower if he wanted to. He sees that the Dragon's got it, so he opts to go ahead and take down the blue buff here. Keke going ahead and retreating here, and this game, it looks like the momentum is shifting in Twisted Minds here. They're still down gold, but they've been winning these past few fights pretty decisively. Wen has not really been able to survive in these fights here.
Yeah, it has been good. Clean has been breaching the back line every time he needs to, and Wen is a primary target because he's the best counter against him. And the Meteor Storm, he can't even stay alive for the Meteor Storm as much. Clean falls down, and that was big, and now they can go for the chase down and really play forward. Knock up with a wind slash. And on the back, Kaka looking for the flash again, gets Hailang on the back, and Nike tanks it up because he knows that he needs to, because Shanks needs to survive this.
That was so brutal there. Muchin there catching Clean in the wall, and while he was stunned up, a full arrow barrage lands onto him there, and 100 zeros him down. We were mentioning how Clean was really high damage. Oh, this could be the end. This could be game, set, match. They're playing for the end.
Yeah. This could be it. This could be the end. Last match, last fight. OG looking for the finish, going for the chase down onto the backline. Shanks is going to be chased, and he's not going to survive. This could be the end of the fight. They can't clear the wave. This is done right now. They did it.
He needs to smite it. He needs to smite it. No.
Denied before. Doubted no more. OG are your undisputed kings of the Major West, and they are now the champions.
OG definitely made up for last season there with an extremely decisive, all right? Extremely decisive match here. 4-0 versus Twisted Minds, showing that they are far and above. And everyone on the side of OG is quickly pointing it out. They might be talking about who wants to be FMVP. I don't know how that's calculated, but since they are the finals winners now, there is going to be an FMVP crowned on the side of OG.
Yeah. You can see here.
Look, when is like, it's gotta be you, Down, all right? Look, you were carrying all these other games, and then I was like, yeah, you too, man. Look, and then Down was trying to be like, no, man, he's trying to give it back up to someone else.
I think they're arguing about the last fight, though. I think they were kind of thinking about who got the hit on that crystal, and I don't know what happened there at the end there. I think they're not as happy as I thought they are on getting the champions, but they definitely deserve it, right? OG, after getting denied from last season, getting this win this time around, very important win for them. And what a nice win. What a good 2 pick-up that they got. The pick-me-up that they got there was the reason why they got the push in the end.
Absolutely there. And there's always talks, who's better, Twisted Minds and OG. I think OG has put that to rest for a while now, right? That was extremely decisive, showing that they are easily a cut above, making short work of every single team in the KMW, just like last season, but this time ending it as well.
Yeah. And what you've seen here, everybody, is a 4-0, ending the upper bracket finals at the 3-0, 4-0 in the ender for the grand finals. OG are just a step above everybody right now, currently in the Major West. But remember, it's not yet over for Twisted Minds, because they're going to go to last chance. They're going to be fighting against Fearless Esports in the Wildcard King series, and they're going to be fighting against Gen G, who came from Kings Major East and the champions. Right now, everybody, they are now the undisputed Kings Major West champions. OG had the crown now of the Major West.
Absolutely, and they have qualified for the KIC as well as getting that handsome prize money there. There we go. Doubt getting the FMVP. I honestly don't know how these are crowned, but I saw everyone on his team point at him there, so I'm going to assume that's how they decided here as he gets the FMVP for this tournament here. And I gotta say, now that they've already won, let's talk about these games coming up here. Look at these games here. We have Gen G versus Fearless. Twisted Minds is now going to be our representative here from the West. And I know Gen G is going to be happy about that, because last OG got sent into the last call and they made quick work of Gen G as well.
Yeah, that's true. This is not going to be good for some members right here. But Gen G, currently, for everybody who's watching the Major East, they were once the top dogs of the Major East, but then they were able to get swept away by Nongshim Red Force 4-2 in the end. But this time, that's what happened during the Major East last season. But this time, this is what happened for the Major West this season. The strongest team just won, and that was a good showing. But anything else to say, Phil, before we finish this?
What an amazing event. That's going to be the last time I'm casting here, so I really appreciate everyone for tuning in here and watching and supporting not only us, but all the players, right? Drop a like on the broadcast here, make sure to support it here. And if I'm correct, Dash has some amazing closing words for us.
Oh yeah, for everybody out there who watch together with us, we still have the last chance tomorrow, so don't miss that. Put a reservation on your schedule. Put that on your schedule, everyone, because we still have the last chance. We have one slot for anybody who is going to be going forward to the KIC. But again, congratulations to OG for getting to KIC. We'll see them here in the Philippines once it comes down in November for the KIC. But again, everybody, thank you very much for watching together with us. It's been an awesome night. It's been an awesome time here in the Kings Major West. Phil and I have been honored to be here, and it's been so fun. Thank you very much for watching with us. See you tomorrow for the last chance. I'm Dash, and I was here with Phil. See you guys tomorrow for last chance.
Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Game on.
Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize of a toad. Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked to the side. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling demons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the cage. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. You hear it calling. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize of a toad. Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked to the side. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams.